Helps when you actually unmute the mic as well. Hello everyone, kia ora. Welcome to an incredibly cold New Zealand. We are in a very icy cold snap, so today's glam is whatever the frick keeps me warm. It is absolutely freezing over here today, and we've been in a little bit of a power crisis because of it. The power companies put out a thing this morning, last night, saying, hey, it's going to be icy cold tomorrow. A lot of people are going to want heat, and also there's no wind, so we're not generating any power at the moment. So, you know, if you can avoid using some power between 7 and 9 a.m, can you not? So, yeah, I've done my best. I have not used my heater, but I've still used probably a lot of power, but I have not used my heater. I am currently sitting here with 2 pairs of fluffy pajama pants on, a blanket on top of my lap, I've got a really thick long sleeve top on under this hoodie. We've got a beanie on, fluffy socks over top of normal socks. I have my electronic heat pack going, not to help my back today, to work as an actual heat pack, just to keep me warm. So I have a little hot pack keeping me warm as well. And then the other thing is I moved my electric kettle over to my desk. And I have my box of tea and my coffee over here because today's hydration is going to be warm. So I have multiple cups of hot liquid that's actually really hot, as well as my water and my energy drink. So we're loaded up on fluids, we're loaded up on things to try and keep us warm. We're beanie twins. You're wearing the same beanie. It's a good beanie for keeping warm. I don't like the colour of it. Orange isn't exactly a great colour on me, but I don't care. Today I don't care. We just need to keep warm. Because the colder I am, the more my bones hurt. And I did almost put on my heater because of how sore I am feeling with the cold. Yeah, but it came down to we've got more layers we can put on. I've got more blankets I can put on, so it's we can put on more blankets, but also when the power's in such high demand, it's also really expensive. And so it was let's try not to use the heater, but I did use the heater last night. It was the first night that I've used the heater, and I usually don't need a heater on this early. We're not even officially into winter. There's still 2 weeks until we even hit winter. So, yeah, it might be a bit of a cold one. I did read that some places we've definitely broken records for the coldest May on record in certain areas. And some people have gotten either really close to their lowest ever temperature or it's cold. It's freaking cold. Use your old laptop as a foot warmer? No, I'd be too worried about it, catching fire and melting. I've already got enough plugged into the multi-plug with the fact I brought the jug over and I've got the charger for my heat pack. These enough. It's not quite sitting in the right spot. So yeah, and basically it's icy, it's cold, it's freezing. I hurt, but that's normal. But otherwise, we're doing good. It's just, yeah. And I can't even say too much because I know the wonderful Smalt lives in essentially a Hallmark Christmas card, lives in absolute winter wonderland. It's not snowing here. It feels like it's snowing on the mountain because of the ice in the air, and I would not be surprised. I have not stepped outside. It's too cold to step outside. Monday and Tuesday were 21 Celsius, right down to 4.4 Celsius. Eesh. Well, I know last night when Sammy was streaming, it was 2 degrees Celsius here. I don't have Fahrenheit conversion. I was actually going to have this up because I knew temperature would come up today. So last night at 7 p.m. it was 35 Fahrenheit, and then apparently overnight it dropped down to 33 Fahrenheit. Last night was very cold here. It is now, apparently it is 42 Fahrenheit at the moment, but it's meant to feel like 41 Fahrenheit. So, Smalt, you are in warmer than me right now. But yes, hello Sammy, hello Smalt, it's lovely to see you. And to all our lurkers, it's also lovely to have you here. Of course, always feel welcome to be lurking. Feel free to chat and say hi if you want as well, but if you just want to lurk in the background, that's also more than okay. Now, I hope everything's okay. I'm having enough sensory issues wearing a beanie with the cold in my bones that I also could not manage headphones today. So, hopefully the sound's okay. Let me know if it, isn't right. When I do music without my headphones, I have to turn the music right down for me. So hopefully it sounds alright for you, and it's a bit hard for me to balance it as much as I usually do. And the pollen is in full force. Everyone I know with hay fever is having a time of it. Yeah. Oh my god, you might hear I've got a little bit of congestion because there's a little bit of hay fever going around at the moment too, especially with the wind. And like yesterday was so breezy, and I went to help my mum with some stuff, and so we had to go outside, and these gale force blustery winds just blowing us everywhere and just smacking all this pollen in our face. And so it's also like itchy and dry today as well. Another reason I was like, I can't be bothered with makeup or anything. It's too cold. I don't care. I just want to be warm. So yeah, we've got a beautiful hot cup of tea and of course a hot cup of coffee. The coffee is in my stainless mug, so that will keep warm for a while. The cup of tea is just freshly made. It's still piping hot. I don't know if the steam will pick up, but we've got because I do 2 fruit tea bags in 1 cup because I like a strong cup of fruit tea. And it's fun to mix flavours. So today we've got a plum and boysenberry and mango and strawberry. So red seal plum and boysenberry, which is gorgeous. I love this one. And then I just chucked in a Twinings mango and strawberry because I had it. I was like, we'll just try them together. It's fun. It's like making potions. Tea is essentially a potion. It's a delicious potion. It's definitely cozy stream vibes today. Which kind of works with what we're going to do today. So if you haven't seen the YouTube community post or Instagram or Facebook, I think those are the places I post it. There's too many places to post shit. If you haven't seen any of them, my mythographic page, not mythographic, mythomorphia page that I'm working on, I'm kind of at a point with it where I really need the bright red ink. Because I want to do more on the Leo campus, and I need the bright red ink for it. Now, I could move on with the fishies or the plants, but I need that bright red ink because I think the fishies are going to be orange, which I need the red ink for to make. And I also need to get that red down to judge colour balance in terms of how we're going to work the greens. So everything is dependent on this red. So I did order the red, and they did say it would take about 6 days, and they were saying originally it was going to be dispatched on Monday, which meant it would be here for Tuesday's stream at least, and I was hoping it might arrive early for dispatch. But it has just been updated that they are estimating to dispatch it Tuesday, which I'm just like, ugh. So that means that we have basically an entire week before this ink can get here, just because it's got to come from actual Liquitex. It's only 6 days. It's not like 4 to 6 weeks like most things from overseas. So they're just getting it from a bigger warehouse to their warehouse to ship to me. But because of that, I put a poll up to be like, well, we've got a week of not being able to work on this page. So what do you want to work on? So the 2 options were Mythographic Dream Weaver for an Us Merm page, or a Day at the Aquarium giant poster challenge, which, like, I was happy with either. Both of them are really cool pages. And it was close. It was like 20 to 27, I think, were the total votes. Like, there wasn't much between them. But as you probably can tell by the title, Mythographic Dream Weaver one, so it's quite appropriate that on what is the coldest day of the year so far, we're going to be doing an ice merm. You voted ice merm? Yep. There's some people who are very like poster, and some people are like ice merm, and then some are like, whatever. That sounds pretty. I did not know how cold your day was before voting. I didn't know it was going to be this cold when I picked it. It kind of just fluked out. I was just like, well, it's kind of perfect, you know. It's a freezing cold day, and we're going to do an ice merm. So, yeah. So this is the page here that we're going to be working on. So this is Mythographic Dream Weaver by Alessandra Fusi. So this is an untouched mythographic for me. There's actually a second page marked in here because there is a classic mermaid in here. So perfect for mermaid because, of course, we're still in our mermaids. However, this is the one that really inspires me. Like, I know she's not necessarily a merm, but I see her sort of like a watery mermaid goddess, like, or water sprite. I don't know, something in that field. So I'm calling her a merm. Does the poster fit on your desk? Would you be making yourself a spot on the floor? No. What I would need to do, my desk is actually pretty damn clear for me, but there's still a little bit of stuff at the back of the desk. If I move all that stuff from the back of the desk, I'm talking like my drink bottles out there currently, my pot of water for activating pencils, a little container of brushes. Like if I just pick up those little bits and just move them to the side, there's a gap between my desk and the wall of about that big. And so it'll be like we start working here, we colour in across the top, and then we slide it backwards. Colour the next one, slide it backwards. Colour the next one, slide it backwards. And it would work its way behind the desk into that gap. So that's how I'm going to have to colour the poster. I will need to have a completely clear desk, but my desk is wide enough that it will fit the width. And then I'll just have to push it backwards and work top to bottom. There'll be no bouncing all over. It will be work top to bottom. Yeah, it's not going to be the most comfortable of things to work on, but I think it will be fun, you know? And it's a cool design, and it's something that I've wanted to do. So the other thing is, this week, is I received some happy mail. I got sent a gift, which was absolutely incredible. A lovely soul went and brought me a bunch of stuff to play with, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so exciting. So I have already thanked them. It took me a minute to work out who they were, but I have figured it out and gone and thanked them. So the things that we got, this is quite cool. I've never had these before, but I actually have wanted to try these. So these are Carandash Technilo. They are graphite pencils, but they are water-soluble graphite pencils, which I think that's going to be really fun to play with. So I don't know if that's what we'll use on this page show, but I think that will be fun to just play with in general. And then fun mail. Yeah. We also got some Deco Color glitter markers, which my mum has these. These are opaque paint markers. They're so pretty. I did actually activate each of these and test them. Can I find my random test section on here? Was it this one I used? I know. I just grabbed whatever. There we go. So I did test these out last night because it's me and I have to look at the glitter. They are very opaque. They're actual paint pens. And they're very pretty. I have their metallic markers, and they're so good for metallic markers. So I'm really excited to try these. And they're nice fine points. So yeah, we've got some glitter to play with. Sassy Phone, hello. I got myself some fun mail. I have some Polychromos coming to me. Nice. We also got some pencils that were gifted to us. So we got the Jazz Arc metallic colored pencils, which I'm curious to try these. These guys also do a pastel set, so it'll be quite interesting to try and see what these are like. But that, I figure with the ice merm, might give us some options as well. I got, Sassy Phone, I got sent a wonderful gift. So we're going to play with some of the bits that we got today on the page that was chosen by Instagram and YouTube. And then the final thing that we got that I ended up doing a little bit of research on yesterday is Caran d'Ache Fan Color. Fan Color? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it. I barely know how to pronounce Caran d'Ache. But these are water-soluble pencils. And what I found interesting, because I was like, I wonder, like, I knew about their, like, top quality, but I hadn't heard of Fan Color. So these are technically their kid pencils, but all the reviews that I read of them said they're actually on par with artist quality in certain brands, just because they're Caran d'Ache, and Caran d'Ache is just awesome like that. So I was like, well, that's quite neat. So yeah, there's not many colours there, but there's enough colours there that we could look at doing some basing with them. And I mean, I've got my other pencils anyway, but we've got those new things to play with, so I thought it could just be fun to sort of play with some of these bits and pieces and just see what's about, try them out. But yeah, I'm curious especially about the Caran d'Ache ones, because I don't actually have any Caran d'Ache and that's such good quality. So yay gifts. I sent you a cool... Yes, I did see that last night and I completely forgot to reply or check it out. But thank you, Sassy Phone. It will show that I haven't read it yet, because that's what I do to remind me to go and read it. I will see it in my notifications and be like, cool, I need to actually respond to this properly. And then I'll ignore the notification so that it keeps pinging me that I need to check this out. So I'm not ignoring you. I did see it. I just forgot to follow up on it, but I will get to it, because every time I pop over Messenger I'll see that I have an unresponded message, and that will keep reminding me to go and check out that app. But thank you for that. That's very kind of you. I'm just really bad at remembering to respond to messages or getting overwhelmed by messages. Yeah, I do. Literally my Discord, it's like 999. It's ridiculous. And that's with me just going mark as read on multiple Discords. And I cleared out a ton of Discords as well. And I still have like 999 messages to get through. I have like 40 DMs to get through on Discord alone. And I'm just like, I open up Discord, I see the DMs. I'm just like, nope. Or if it's not like the first couple of people in the DM list, then I'm just like, nope, we'll deal with that later. Yeah, it's just, I find it overwhelming. Yeah. Social media is overwhelming, and we're being kind to ourselves, and sometimes that means that I just don't get to things straight away. If it's urgent, just keep messaging me, because you're not nagging me. I'm just genuinely forgetful about the fact that I have things to do, or I get overwhelmed by it. But if if it's urgent, or if it's just something I haven't gotten to in a long time, just send me a little like, hey, checking in about this. And I'll be like, oh shit, yes, thank you. I have a overlay that I'm doing for someone, and I specifically told them, you're not nagging me, because I will forget, and I have forgotten multiple times. Luckily, we still have like 9 or 10 weeks before this overlay is needed, and there's still details that I'm waiting on anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, and if it's really urgent, contact Samsara. Oh, thanks, Sammy. That's very true, though. It's sadly true, and it's actually happened before. So yeah, if you're trying to reach Amy, give her some grace, because you aren't the only one. Yep. Oh, look, the spoon's only reached so far. I try. But also, bear with me. Oh. That's how my whole laptop situation and the funding happened, because nobody contacted me, everybody just contacted Samsara, and then it was just sorted, and it was like, what the hell, crew? Very kind, though. Alright, so I think we're just going to play around with some of these fan colour ones. I should probably do a swatch. That would be logical. Right? I should do the goods. Sam Sarah is the finance manager of Amy Water Art TM and the emergency contact. No. Tell you what, I could use a finance manager to be like, no, you can't buy anything else. But I want something else. No, you can't. Right, you are quite a bit yellower than the paper, but we're just doing a quick little swatch, so that's fine. This is just a little test. Because we have new stuff to play with, and playing with new stuff is fun. Right, do you actually have colour names, or are we just numbers, or are we nothing because we're kitty pencils? We are nothing because we're kitty pencils, supposedly. Actually, you know what? We will just move this aside for a minute while we quickly just test out these colours. And I also, out of curiosity, want to test out the graphite pencil. Because I think that's fun. Oh, my nose. Hay fever. Well, they lay down beautifully as pencils. Like, they're not scratchy or, like, they've got pigment. Like, honestly, these are already better than my, Staedtler pencils. And it is making me think that maybe I'll swap out my hospital emergency kit pencils. Because I have a little pack of Staedtlers in a tin. And like, I don't like them. They just don't have barely any pigment and they're scratchy, but I have them because it's like a little tin of 36 and it just fits perfectly into my emergency bag. So that's the main reason I keep them. But I'm already like, oh my god, these pencils are so much better. Alessandra, hello. Hello. We're just doing a quick little test with some Happy Mail that I got. And we have a raid as well. Yellow Beans. Hello, hello. I think I missed some chat as well. I'm not the finance manager. I'm the CEO of Thoughtful Things That Make Amy Happy division. That is a very important division. Hello. If you are not already, you should follow Yellow Beans, because if you like what I do, you'll like what Yellow Beans does, because Yellow Beans is also a colorist here on Twitch. The main difference is that Yellow Beans colors a lot more colors in the beauty of horror, and in fact I can show you what Yellow Beans is working on because I pulled out the book. So, Yellow Beans is currently working on this spread from the Beauty of Horror, which made me pull out the book because it's mermaid, so we're all about the mermaids at the moment, and I haven't worked in the Beauty of Horror, so I was like, ooh, we could work on this one. But yes, Yellow Beans is a wonderful colorist here on Twitch, just really, really gorgeous work, so if you're not already, give them a follow. And Alessandra, who was shouted out before, is also a really cool streamer here on Twitch. They do wood burning. Really, really good time there too. So there's lots of cool peeps in chat. There's lots of cool peeps. But yes, definitely drop a follow. Heck yeah, heck yeah. There's a shout out for Yellow Beans. Thank you so much for the raid, lovely. If you need to do a raid and fade, I understand. But if you want to hang around as well for a while, also, you know, always feel free. But I do understand, you know, I was there earlier. I know you've been streaming a while, so if you need to go and have some rest, understand as well. And Blue Skies, hello, over on YouTube. How are you going today? So for all our new friends that joined us, we are going to be working on Mythographic Dream Weaver on an Icy Merm page, but I did get a Happy Mail gift, including these Caran d'Ache pencils. So I'm just quickly testing out these pencils to see if we want to use them maybe as part of the base. So, oh wow, they melt together really nicely. So we're just doing a quick little test with some new supplies. Thank you for the dual stream command to Smalt. Yes, so we do stream to both Twitch and YouTube, but the chat directly below me on the screen will actually show both chats. So you can say hi to one another, even if they're not in your platform, so that you can stay on the platform of your choosing that you feel comfortable in. Because it's important to be comfy. We're definitely in a comfy, cozy stream mode today. It is one of the coldest days ever. Not really. It's one of the coldest days in May, according to the news. We're breaking some temperature lows today. It's very icy cold in New Zealand, so kind of appropriate that the Ice Merm page won the poll. Oh wow. Okay, I really like these pencils. Like, for being supposedly kid pencils, the way that these are just melting together, so good. Like, these, none of that streakiness, nothing. It's just like, boom, melted. It's not a bad range of colours. Good little 12 set. Love your channel. Thank you, Blue Skies. I appreciate that. I just finished it. I decided not to colour the background. I left it white because I learnt my lesson when I coloured Joy and a Basford Seahorses. It wasn't bad, but I wish I'd left it white. Sometimes you don't need to colour the background. Sometimes it's fine just leaving it white and it works. Thank you for doing the shout out for Sammy. We love Sammy here. I'm just going to say you should be following Sammy. Something more to say. It's just follow Sammy. She's perfect. I think I've just had one of the hottest days of the year the other side of the planet. It was nice and sunny and hot for a change. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we are in a little bit of so cold they asked us to be careful of our power usage, because not only is it cold, we're out of, like, there's no wind. So there's no power generation going on right now. So between 7 and 9, they were like, try to limit your power usage. And I'm sitting here in like multiple pairs of pants and socks and a beanie and fluffy sweaters, drinking hot coffee, going, I want my heater, I want my heater, I want my heater. But we did manage. I've got an electric hot pack. Oh, I forgot the other thing I was going to test on my little tester swatch. The graphite, supposedly, it's water soluble. It does. It's not like, you know, the pencil's melting, but it does melt down. Oh, that's going to be fun to play with. That makes me want to do some watercolor, like some art, draw some stuff and then watercolor it and do it with the pencils so the pencils all melt out. It's not a bad little set. I'm so cold. I feel like I'm in a freezer cold. Oh. Sassy Phone, I will request we do try to, I have sworn a couple times of being bad, but we do try to keep it PG. So yeah. Just try to watch the language. I've got to watch it myself. I know I've said a swear word this morning. I'm hitting myself. No, it's all good. It's all good. I understand. I do just try to keep it a little bit more on the PG side here. Just to be, you know, cozy and comfy. But I've also, you know, I also swore earlier today because it is swear word cold. How cold does it get? So in May, it's normally not as, it was 1 degree overnight. It's not snowing where I am, but there is a mountain, so it does get very cold when it snows on the mountain here. I'm based in Aotearoa, New Zealand, in a region called Taranaki. So we are right on the coast and we do have a mountain, so we do get a lot of icy wind, and that's what I'm feeling right now, is that icy wind. Supposedly the temperature is 6 degrees Celsius, which I think we worked out as 42 Fahrenheit. It's not overly warm, it's not very, very cold. But it's not, some areas down south are like -10 Celsius at the moment. It's very, very cold in certain regions. Okay, so let's look at this. We've got a ton of tiny, tiny little details here on this page. which we'll worry about later. That's future Amy's problem. For now, we're going to start with basing it. So if we're going to use these pencils, because we've got them, so why not? 6 equals 43. Thank you, Smalt. I think I still have this temperature converter up because it's like, I know I'm going to need this today. So I think what we're going to do is we'll use our blues for all this water. And then what I'm thinking is we've got these icicles, and then maybe we'll do the purple behind here where the icicles are. So we'll keep these like blue, purple or something. Like picking up elements of the purple and the blues. I don't know. Because icicles are kind of like crystals and snow, right? So we could pick up the purple, but then we can also do some blue on there. That'll tie in the blue of the water. The question is, do we do the crystals, blues and purples as well? Do I try to do them iridescent? I don't have a pink in this set, but I can pull out pinks in other sets. I mean, if we want to do iridescent crystals. And then what are we going to do for her? Or do we save our purples for her and do a green? Though I do like that this is still underwater as well. Look, there's the merms. I'm not wrong. I mean, they could be fishies, but they could also be merms. Phone calculator, have a temperature converter, so I don't have to keep asking Google. That is smart. When I eventually, aka when I have Sammy for me, sort out Streambot, we will get the automatic temperature converter in there, because it is very handy when we're trying to convert from imperial to metric and metric to imperial. We could do a purple to dark blue gradient for the water. Purple and dark blue. And then we've got the light blue to play with all the crystals. Still leaves here. I mean, this could be too limiting. I have other palettes that we can pull out. I have other water-soluble material. We don't have to. The only other thing I'm thinking of is, do we introduce some yellow? But we've got all this beautiful headdress that we probably want to do either golds or silvers. Again, this was only decided an hour ago, so I haven't quite settled on a plan for this one. I just know she's going to be like icy. Whatever colour we do the water, we need to do her hair, because her hair is turning into the water. So we need to convert that through. Purple, Merm should be purple to blue. Merm should be purples to blues. The water and crystals use purple, blue, light blue, and greens. Ooh. Okay, so Merm these two, and then water all of those. That could be real pretty. Actually, bringing in the green's not a bad idea. Okay. So if we're doing purples to blues for the Merm, then it would be blues going down to greens here. And then we can keep those blues, and we could bring the purple back in up here. And work that in with the icicles up there. I think that'll work. So that could be like our light blue. So we've got like dark blue for the hair, merging down into light blue, which merges into the top of the water. And then we bring the blue back in for under here, which we merge down to green. And then behind here is where we do the dark blue to the purple. I like that. That gives us enough to start off with, to start basing. Silver headdress and the snowflakes light blue or silver. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like silver might be a better option. Like, I do love the pop of gold against blue and purple, but silver may work better as well. I mean, we could always look at possibly both. I also have tons of glitter. I don't know. We'll start with basing what we've got anyway. Sometimes when you're not 100% sure, you just start with what you know on a page. So this is going to be the hair. So I'm not necessarily going to do all the hair, but we do want it... We want it to look like it's bleeding into this light area. And I'm also going to pull out the white. I'm just going to start real easy with a coat of light blue on the top of the surface. Easy peasy. Look at that, we're 40 minutes in and we're finally pulling out a pencil. Well, no, we did do the swatches, but you know, 40 minutes in and we're finally starting on the page. So I always start off with just doing a base layer in a water-soluble pencil. This isn't too much about getting all the shading right or anything. A lot of this is about just getting a base layer down on the page, just so we cover the tooth of the paper, because it takes so long to cover every section of white with a non-water soluble pencil because of all the texture of the paper. But if you use a water soluble one, it just fills all those ridges and valleys, and then you can just go in with your pencils for shading and details afterwards, and it's much easier. And yes, I did just colour over the snowflake because it is so delicate that we can get away with it. Actually, maybe we can also bring the blue-green into the dolphins as well. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure, so I just chucked down the regular combo. Actually, hang on, look, we've got a bunch of metallic pencils here. This will work well for a ton of the little details in the headdress, because there's actually like a dark silver, a light silver. We've got a couple of blues and purples and greens. We can pull out a bunch of those for the headdress and just do a bunch of metallics. Ugh. It's like this person knew we were going to be doing this page. How does that rose metallic? Could be a good blush colour. I'm guessing you mean... Yeah. You know what? We'll just quickly... They're not labelled with a colour, so we'll just have to keep them in order so we know. That's actually really pretty, the black. It's got a little bit of like a purple reflect to it. They're not very metallic. They've got a little bit of shimmer, but they're not shimmery. That's kind of pretty though. I do like that colour. They're not the scratchiest metallics that I've used, which is nice. They actually do have a little bit of pigment in them. So sometimes you get metallics and they're just so awful. But yeah, these aren't bad. The only metallic pencils that I really like are the Prismacolor metallics, actually, because their metallic gold is actually quite good. No, we have done that one. Green. Oh, that's a pretty green. I'm guessing this is old antique gold. And this will be a bright gold and probably something coppery maybe? No, it's the other way around. Okay, well, you should really swap around your pencil barrels because that's not logical. Alright, so there's our colours in those pencils. I don't know how well the shimmer's going to pick up. It's really subtly metallic, but there is a little bit of a metallic. But it's not a bad colour range. Jazzart is a cheaper pencil brand, but they're not bad. I do like, we have got a good range of colours that we could use in here. Like, essentially, possibly even that green. That green does kind of tie in. Basically, that whole thing would work in terms of shading on top of here. But for now, just carry on. Whoops, I went over the lines a bit. Oh well. Right, so I have our blue and our white. So I'm not going to worry too much about doing specific shading because we will come back in here and do some actual shading. But I am going to get a little bit of darker in just to help with the transition into the darker blue. Because it'll just help our gradient a little bit. Oh, 3 and 4 would make some nice blush colours. Yeah, depending on our skin tone, it definitely would. We've got options for playing here. Like, it's a... Again, it kind of works for this whole page. Like, it's accidentally turned out to be the perfect little kit for this page. I could almost do this whole page with just what I received for the challenge of it. Because you only... Like, a 12 set of pencils is a good little set. You can do a lot with just 12 basic pencils, and these pencils will work brilliantly dry as well. Like, I don't have to activate them. I will for the base, but then I could come back in and shade on top. And honestly, you can do a lot with just 12 pencils. Here's my cup of tea. So yeah, right now it's going to look rather messy and all over the place, but this really is just our base layer. We don't have to be too pedantic here. Pedantic shading comes later. Right now, the point of this layer is to make sure we cover up the entire tooth of the page. And we get rid of the white, except for where we want white. Limited colour palettes really push the creative brain. They really do. It really challenges you to think of how can I use what little colours I have in interesting ways, and how do you develop variation in tone and depth. Oh, excuse me. Wasn't a particularly good night of sleeping. because it was so cold and all the bones hurt. I ended up playing Stardew Valley on my Switch for quite a while. I have a Jojo Mart run on my Switch that I've been playing. But it's quite fun to do it on there because, like, I'm playing it when I'm sleepy and really just want to be sleeping, but I can't for one reason or another. So it's quite fun doing a Jojo Mart run because I keep on effing up and I don't care because I'm doing a Jojo Mart run. It's like, wow, makes sense. You're following Jojo Mart. So, like, last night was the Egg Festival and I forgot to buy strawberries and I was like, well, makes sense because you probably shouldn't buy a Pierre anyway because you're doing a Jojo Mart run and Jojo Mart doesn't have strawberries, so you don't get strawberries. It's fun. And it kept me going for a couple hours until I could actually drift off to sleep. I cannot wait until the Switch is updated with 1.6. 1.6 on the computer has been fun, but I've been wanting to play in bed. And the issue is that I don't want to pull apart my laptop setup to take my laptop to bed to play in bed. Oh, excuse me. So sorry. Obviously, we need some more coffee too. I'm gonna have to pee so much. I've had so much hot liquid to do. Just all the liquids. Candy, candy, we can do candy. Thank you for the candy, Redeem. Let me get my candy. Oh, let me get out from the blankie. Make sure, oh, we dropped the heat pellet. Oh. Eat back into position. And then blinkies back over my lap. A little sugar is good for a dreary day. It really is. Thank you so much for redeeming Feed Me Candy. We're going to take out some rainbows. Can you see them? Not quite. Let me move it up. I can't decide what I want, so I'm just pulling out a few pieces, because also it's smalt. And I'm sure smalt won't mind if I take a few pieces. Alright. 1, 2, 3. That all furries. Dio and I are stuffed full of chicken velvet soups. What is chicken velvet soups, if you don't mind me asking? Game Pups, hello. Welcome in. Pup love, that's so cute. So these are strawberry marshmallow hearts. And then we have licorice. They're called licorice delights. And then TNTs are like a fruit chew with a sour filling. So there's our candy. Thank you so much, Smalt. Just make sure the mic's not picking up the chew sounds. I think we're okay. I followed you a while back from a recommendation from a local fella. Oh, that's so lovely. Well, thank you so much for being here. In case you're like, who are you? Why did I follow you? Kia ora. I'm Amy. I'm a colourist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. It is freezing here right now. And we are working on an Icy Merm page. And we're playing around with some new pencils and stuff that I was very kindly gifted by a viewer of mine. So I'm playing around with some Happy Mail and trying out an icy Merm. And eating a pile of candy and trying not to freeze because it is freezing cold here. He manages a vape shop I went to here. Talks about art and card art. Ooh. Trying to rack my brain. Velvet soup. But chicken velvet soup is like egg drop soup, but with chicken pieces. Yum. I mean, you can't go wrong with soup though. Soup is one of my favourite foods. I do have soup pulled out ready for lunch. I have a beef and pepper steak. It's just a cup of soup. Just instant soup. And then I also have some cheese and onion buns made to go into the pepper steaks soup. So it's just like a good beefy, peppery soup. I can word. And then with the cheese and onion buns, it's a good combo. And on a day like today, it's going to be extra good because it's freezing. They told me about you being an artist, and here I am finally. Oh, I'm so glad. I used to be a full-time artist, and I do occasionally dabble in doing my own art as well. A lot of the time I like to colour other artists' work. Like colour their line work. I like the collaborative nature of working with other artists, and adult colouring books have a special place in my heart. So a lot of the time we are colouring in adult colouring books, but I do have my own original art that I do. So this is one that I'm working on right now for the wonderful Samsara. This is a new profile picture for her, so I've managed to finish all the background and try to create that like out of focus background. So I've actually still got to do her at some stage. Been sitting there a while to wait for me to get the spoons to go back to it. Okay, both my husbands are mad because what you're saying because they're hungry and don't have it. I'm sorry. Tell them to even make soup or go get soup. That is true. That is true. I'm sorry, it is a very common thing here at Stream that we do talk about food. So, yeah, it's kind of bring your snacks. Okay, listen, the roast is going in the electro cauldron. They're just impatient. Yeah. I mean, that's valid because, like, when you're hungry and the smell of food cooking, and you start to get, like, impatient and just be like, be done already, be done. It's tough. This is why I was smart and prepped food because, A, streaming. So it's not like I like to prep food on stream. No, that's a hard one to prep. I literally just shoved some cheese and onions into the buns and then made sure the soup was on the bench, ready for me to just pour hot water in. It's not a hard lunch to prep. But it is the, like, knowing it's ready to go. Because either it'll be immediately after stream when I'll be very, very hungry, or it'll be in the middle of stream because I get very, very hungry. I'm worse to them. We bonded because you did the same thing I do them. Talk about food all the time on my stream and I cackle when I make people hungry. It's an electric roaster, a bit larger than a crock pot. I like electro cauldron because it sounds like you're a modern day witch. And it's like, yes, of course I have a cauldron and it's powered by electricity now. Like, screw having a fire going. We've got electricity. I'm a modern witch. I'm just making my potions. You're a modern witch. You're going to fit in well here, Game Pups. We were talking before about how I've got my electric kettle over here so that I can keep making all my potions, aka my cups of tea. Because cups of tea are just really potions. House of Chaos Witches. Heck yeah. Alright. Only problem with putting my candy where I put my candy is now I've lost my colour swatch chart. Right, move that to the side. So we were going to do purple at the top and we were going to do it into the green down here. That's right. So, I don't think we'll do the bright green. I think we're going to switch just to the dark green. Just do like a blue-green gradient. So we'll start at the bottom and start building up some green. And then we'll work the two together. And I might even bring in a little bit of the black as well, which I'll use very sparingly, or maybe some purple just to contrast the bottom to really darken the bottom. Cell phone is scary mirrors. My family ghost hunts locally in Texas. Ooh, that is interesting. Oh, that could be really cool, especially when you've got like those really old buildings. New Zealand's kind of a young country, so we have some older buildings, but we don't have a lot of history because, of course, we were only settled like 200 years ago, 250 years ago. So like there's some older, there is a lot of Māori heritage though, so the past sites and traditional Māori locations are very interesting too. Also, I'm being yelled at by Twitch. So if you don't know, here we do take an hourly break because of my inflammatory arthritis. It is incredibly important I move every hour just so my body does not lock up and get in pain. So we time that with the hourly requirements of Twitch to run an ad break so that we get a reminder that it is time to move. So take this opportunity to move yourself. Do you need to hydrate? Do you need to grab a cup of tea or grab some water? Do you need a snack? We have been talking about food. Take this opportunity to do some self-care. Do you have washing in the machine? Can you run a dish down to the dishwasher? You know, something to look after yourself. We're going to take a 3-minute moment to stretch, look after ourselves, and this ad will start any minute on YouTube, on Twitch, sorry, on YouTube. You just get a 3-minute break. Oh, there's the back clicking. Oh, it's not too bad with the heat pack there today though. Added bonus of trying to stay warm is the heat pack. Twitch tube, you wish. You witch does sound like a good platform for a witch. Oh, it does kind of make me want to write a story about a modern day witch who's an influencer. It just seems hilarious. There's all the wiggles. There's all the wiggles. Welcome to you, witch. It's you, witch. Also, Blue Skies, thank you so much. I just saw you're so talented. Thank you. I hope you're doing well over there in YouTube land as well. We appreciate you being here. And again, to anyone lurking behind the scenes, thank you so much for lurking. We're just going to do a bunch of wiggles to get everything loose, limber, look after ourselves. We are due pain meds next hour. Damn it, I love you already. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Let me get my family to add you. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. We're really close to 800 followers on Twitch as well, which is really neat. Right. Hand stretchies. New follower. PJ Pup. Hello, welcome in. You just caught us in the middle of self-care wiggles. And Butterball, hello. Welcome in, all the hubbies. We appreciate you being here. You just got us in the middle of a self-care break, so we're just doing a couple of wiggles for my back so that my arthritis doesn't lock up and, you know, hurt. But welcome in. We've got about 30 seconds left of stretches. We do a little self-care break every hour just to make sure we're looking after ourselves. They know how I am. They know the stretch. Perfect. Love to hear it. Love to see some self-care. Self-love is sexy. We love people looking after themselves. We love a bit of self-care here. Ooh, alright. Couple of ankle ones and then we'll be good to go. Everything's a little cracky and clicky today because of how icy cold it is here. So, of course, all the bones are like extra painful today. But also because I'm trying to keep myself wrapped up in so many layers today, it's also like good because it's also keeping the bones good. You can't do good for others if you're not good to your own self. Exactly, game pups. I can word. You're 1000% correct there. Wow, we're already struggling with words and we're an hour in. But kia ora everyone, welcome back from the ad break. Thank you for bearing with us as we did our little self-care break, and I hope you had a good opportunity to also do some self-care. So we're going to carry on with our little page here. So this page was chosen by my Instagram and YouTube communities. I put up a poll on each of them, and it was a choice between this or a ginormous poster challenge. The poster one on Instagram and this one on YouTube, but when I tallied the votes, the Ice Merm won overall. So that's why we're doing the Ice Merm. But we will carry on with our mythographic page as well once the ink comes in, and we'll probably do the poster as well if I get time this month, which I probably could. I think it'll be fun. I really would like to get that poster done. It's going to be a challenge, but I think it'll be fun. We're just using alcohol markers on the poster. We're just going to keep it real simple. Like, this poster is over a meter wide. It's huge. My brain needs to ramp a lot. DJ is my twin brother. Hello, DJ Chub. so many fun names. But welcome in. Thank you so much, Game Pups, as well, for being so kind and bringing in all your peeps. I hope you all love it here. And because I heard Game Pups mention that they are a streamer, we're also going to shout you out. And I'm just going to give you a little follow myself so I can check you out next time you stream. I love his name. It gets me every time. There's a couple of people that, like, names just get to me as well. There's a lovely streamer on here called Wumble Bumblebee, and every time they raid me, it's just like, it's Wumble Bumblebee. Hello, Wumble Bumblebee. How are you going, Wumble Bumblebee? Because it's just fun to say. Emily, hello. I am using my new pencils. I'm using the Caran d'Ache Farm Colour ones that I was gifted, so we're just trying them out. We did a little swatch and play around. We also swatched out the metallic ones and the Ice Merm page one, so that's what we're working on right now. For those that haven't seen as well, what we were working on and what I can't progress with at the moment is this here, this Hippocampus and Leocampus. This is from Mythomorphia by Kirby Rosans. We're waiting on some more ink to arrive in, so that's kind of why this one's on pause, but this is what we have been working on previously. We're all about body positivity, and that gets even harder for people in the gay realms because of the standard stereotypes. Heck yeah, we love a positive environment. We love the rainbow. You and your whole fam are very welcome here because we like to be a safe space that welcomes all, and we're all about... I need to get the updated one that also has the polyamory symbol at the top as well. But I couldn't quite access that one, but I managed to access that one, and I was glad to just find that one at least that I could find and get up, so I at least could get a flag up. Love the watercolor effect. Thank you so much. Sleepy Ghost with the most. Speaking about people with fun names, hello, Sleepy Ghost with the most. Ugh. But yes, that's what we will eventually get back to when the inks turn up. Like I said, we're just waiting for the red-orange ink to turn up, and then we'll be able to carry on. That's not the colour I was using. All places should be safe. It's just sad that they're not, but if we can at least make sure we have safe spaces around, that's the most important thing. Those spaces where it's just cool to chill out and hang and just be yourself, because that's what we do. Like, for me, it's most important to create that space where you just feel comfortable to come, hang out, chill, and just be you, because we want you here and we want you to feel like you can just be yourself. And the safety aspect of that is we do things like the self-care check-ins every hour. I do the move every hour. But we do try to keep things more on the PG side. We don't talk about certain topics just because, not that there shouldn't be a space to discuss those. And in fact, there's multiple people I can send you to that do have those spaces where they will talk about topics like that. But for me, I am someone who does have issues with mental health. I have had a very long mental health journey, and I do go through periods of ups and downs. So rather than saying it's this sort of day today, it's this sort of day today, it's this sort of day today, we just keep it safe all the time. And that means for me as the streamer, I am also safe to be streaming. And it means I can do things like, recently I just had to take a 2-month break from streaming for my own mental well-being because of some stuff going on in my life. So that's why we focus on safety. It should be safe for you as a viewer to be in here, but it should be safe for me as a streamer to also be streaming and hanging out with y'all. And I love it. I love hanging out and streaming and chatting and doing the arts and getting to meet lovely people. And my chat love to joke that I'm an influencer and I'm like peddling and getting people addicted to colouring. And I'm like, I'm just sharing where to get free pages from. But yeah, I love it. I love it. We have a lot of fun here. And the joy about colouring for me is it is that way to find that sort of peaceful escape, to create a world that I want to live in. Like, why would I want to live in this world when I can go live in a world with a hot ice merm lady and just hang out under the water with all the dolphins and just enjoy being, you know? I can't actually do that, so let's create it. It's just fun. It's a joke, but also not a joke. Yeah. Yeah. As long as you keep writing influencer in either the little speech bubbles or the multiple capitals and lowercase, so you're not legit calling me an influencer, I'll be okay. I don't want to influence people, but if people are interested, I will very gladly help them find a way to get into the hobby and do it in a way where it won't cost them money, because money is tight enough. Be like, no, you don't need to. Have you got access to a printer? Cool. Here's a bunch of websites, like artists that have given away some of their pages for free that you can totally download. You don't have to buy the fanciest pencils. Here's some really cheap stuff. You've got a smartphone, you've got a tablet, cool, here's how to do it digitally. It's not as fun as traditional for me personally, but it's a way to tide you over until you can afford to get a cheap set of pencils. Speaking of which, here's a $10 set of pencils, here's a $5 set of pencils, all these will work. Amy the influencer, exactly. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Game Pups. It's lovely. And yours is nice and smooth. I really appreciate that, because sound is one of the things I struggle with a lot. Today, for example, I'm in a day where I can't wear headphones. Like, I'm already struggling with the fact I'm having to wear a beanie today, but it's so cold that I need the beanie. So right now I don't technically have headphones, which I know is like a big no-no when it comes to sound. But we make it work, you know? Because, again, for my own safety, I need to be comfortable. And I am not going to be comfortable wearing headphones today. Yeah, I've got a really lovely supportive chat. Like, the joke about the influencer thing is just hilarious to me right now. I find it's so funny. It's so funny, the jokes about being an influencer. It is true though, like the amount of people that message me and go, Amy, and then they send me a picture of what they've brought, which is something I've talked about on stream, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Honestly, like, I should just send a list to companies of like all these messages and the clips of stream and be like, look, this is my power. What do you want to give me? Give me the products. The problem is, though, is that then I would feel like I'd have to give everything a positive review, and I wouldn't want to do that unless I actually genuinely love the products. Because if I genuinely love a product, I will, like, talk about it non-stop. I mean, you'll have heard how much I rave about Stickles. Freaking love Stickles. I love the glitter. Ooh. We've had a YouTube subscriber. Thank you so much for hanging out and joining us on the YouTubes. Because frequencies are shoddy on the internet. We need to work on the mwahaha so thunder happens when you do it naturally. Just have like a stream deck or something and just have a button there, so every time I'm like, we just crack lightning, and I don't tell anyone that it's a sound alert. I just have it there and it just happens. You know, I have smart friends who could arrange this. Or we just get a sound alert that's thunder. I should do that. I really need to get onto all my alerts and stuff, but spoons, eventually. I guess technically Amy is an enabler. Yeah, I call it being helpful. It's like, oh, you want to get into adult colouring? Sure, here you go. Let me help you get into it in the easiest way possible. No, I do love it though. I did miss streaming when I took my big break. I do appreciate though being, like, having the space to know that I can take the break, and I need the break, and I needed the break. But I did miss y'all, because it's so fun to just hang out. Not as productive as when I colour off stream, but we don't stream to be productive. We stream to hang out with y'all, because you're all lovely, and I adore hanging out with y'all and chatting about random stuff. Yes, oh god. Oh no, there it is. I was just about to say, where's my phone? Are we about to have a repeat of a couple of streams ago? Because I just wanted to check something too, because I think next month, yes it is, next month. So in June, at the end of June, we also have a public holiday, and it's on a stream day. So on Friday the 28th of June, which will be Thursday the 27th for most of you folk, because New Zealand being in the future, that's going the wrong way. It's annoying me that the symbol's not right in the middle. You know what? We could just put it on backwards and then it won't have any symbol. There's smart thinking. Right. Friday the 28th of June is Matariki. So Matariki is, in a very simplistic term, it is Mouldy New Year. But it's not quite Mouldy New Year. But it does relate to a circular event. Circular, that's the word I want. Event. It's got a lot of really beautiful meaning and terminology. But also public holiday, so I won't have to work, which means we can do a long stream, and it does line up with my injection cycle really nicely, so it should be quite an energetic day for me. But then the other thing as well is that I believe they're going to do the midwinter lights as well that they did last year. So it is very possible that I might be able to figure out the mount onto my walking frame. And then we can also use they've set up a new way where you can actually use the stream together to basically stream with yourself on a multiple device. So I could have the stream still going, set up the invite to my phone, join myself via my phone, and then take you on a tour of the Festival of Lights this year too. because they set up this beautiful light display, because Matariki is also surrounding the stars. And they do a big festival right around me, and they put up all these beautiful light displays, and I'm really hoping they'll do it again this year, because it was hugely popular last year. So I believe they are planning to do it. So yeah, that's kind of the plan for the end of June. Again, it is the end of June. I've also been looking for a Matariki themed colouring book, and I did find one. It is a colouring activity book, but it does talk about the story of Matariki, and it goes into a lot of the Māori legends and talks about a couple of the specialised meanings. I will have to learn how to pronounce certain Māori folklore heroes, because like I know some words, but I'm not fluent in Māori, so I'd have to learn how to pronounce certain heroes' names. But I think it could be a really cool one to go into, sort of a little bit of Kiwi culture, a little bit of te reo, and explain and explore a holiday that is important here in New Zealand, but maybe you haven't heard of. And I know the subtitles are really going to struggle with all the Māori, because, yeah, you think it can, yeah, it already says Māori is mouldy. Oh, yeah, the captions are going to have so fun as I try to, you know, pronounce all sorts of fun Māori names. Tell you what, ultimate challenge. I'll have to find it. Longer. So there is a town near Porongahu in the Hawke's Bay. It's a hill, but this is the name of the place. Hold up. It separated it out, and it's not meant to be separated out. It's meant to be one word, even though it is a sentence. This is the name of the town. I still have some separation there. It's one big long town name. Tamata Whakatangi Hanga Koa Koa o Tamatera Turi Pukakai Piki Manga Horo Nuku Pukai Whenua Kita Anatahu. A good job, captions. You got Pukekohe, which is not what I actually said, but I'm impressed that you got Pukekohe. Yeah, so it means the place where Tamatea, the man with the big knees, who slid, climbed, and swallowed mountains, known as Land Eater. It's got the Guinness record for the longest place name with 85 characters. Yeah, that's the name of the hill itself. It's a hill. Oh. I did not mean to open up Snip. You knew this! Heck yeah! You know a little bit of Kiwi culture. You know a little bit about Aotearoa. Well done! I really hope that they do get around to putting Māori on Duolingo, because I will be jumping on that so quickly. Because, of course, I did sign up to do te reo Māori in a language class, but unfortunately my health does not allow me to do so. And I did start dabbling on Duolingo for Korean and Japanese, and I did learn a little bit. And I could pick it up again. Compete with Sammy and her 140-day streak now. But yeah, I think if it had te reo, I would be doing it a lot more frequently. I know there's another app that I did have that does allow you to learn a little bit of Māori. I do know a little bit, but I'm not enough to have a conversation in it. Yeah, I didn't know that was Kiwi. I know it from Pagan Realms. That place is known for enchantments and the green man style of magical work. But overplanting, not harvest. Ah. Yeah, one of the really cool things is learning about, like, the legends and folklore. Like, there's a lot of really interesting folklore legends in Māori culture, and it's really fun to read some of these stories and just learn about why things are called certain things. Because, of course, we are a bilingual country, so there is more and more recognition for Māori and calling things by the Māori place name, and some things we just call by the straight Māori name. Like, I live in a region called Taranaki, and that is the Māori name for it. That is not the European name for it, but we don't use the European name for it. We just call it Taranaki. The mountain in my region is known as Mount Taranaki or Mount Egmont. Egmont was a name given by the European settlers, but the Māori that lived here originally called it Taranaki. And pretty much all of us just call it Mount Taranaki. And I wouldn't be surprised if the next generation doesn't even really know it's called Mount Egmont, because most of us refer to it as Mount Taranaki. But the town that I live in, New Plymouth, the Māori name is Ngāmutu, and most people do still call it New Plymouth. So it depends on your region. One of the lands mentioned for the feeling of spring, but not autumn, new beginnings, hope, and help. Literal community. Very fey. Very, very cool. Alright, I think that'll be enough to sort of blend down into the green. I feel like I've missed something back here, though, behind these dolphins. Let's get some more light blue. Where did my dark green go? There's my dark green. Whoop, not the brown. We're just going to kind of blend those together. There could be some more behind the crystals, but it's kind of hard to tell at the moment. But it'll be enough to start this section. And now we're going to grab some water, and we'll just activate this bottom half. We will not activate our hair. The hair does not need to be activated. And just start melting. And melt all the pencils together. So fun. Melt, my pretties, melt. I connect so much with places outside the US more. Culture is rich outside. Oh, it's a brush? Yes, it's a brush. It's just a regular old paintbrush. No, it's not alcohol. It's just plain water. These are water-soluble pencils, though. So they are designed to be melted together. These are the Caran d'Ache Fawn Colour. This is apparently a kiddie set. I would say it's not a kiddie set. It's at least student quality. It's Caran d'Ache though, so they make excellent quality products. I'm really enjoying playing with them though. It was a lovely gift. I was very kindly sent these by a wonderful watcher on the stream. There's some happy mail. So that's just why we're playing with them today. Because I thought, why not? It's a pretty big brush for Amy. It is. I'm trying to be better about using bigger brushes, but also this is like, it's not me trying to like finally activate small areas. I might have to pull out a smaller brush when we work around this crown and stuff, but I'm trying. I know I need to use bigger brushes. I like my tiny brush. Well, magic of good water. Yeah, it really does depend on the pencil. Like, these are melting together really nicely. But I've used water-soluble pencils before that were just scratchy and awful, and their meltability was not on point. But I quite like this set. I did see it comes in up to 40 colours as well, which I think a 40 set of these would actually be quite a good little set of water soluble pencils. And of course you can use them dry too. Smelt is our resident watercolor expert. Smelt has been very helpful to me in trying to figure out some ink stuff in terms of pigment and what I need to grab in terms of expanding my set. So very, very helpful. I'm definitely a pencil nerd and can tell you a lot about pencils themselves. It's quite nice to have, you know, art friends who have got their little area that you know is their area of interest, and you can be like, okay, help. Alright, let's bring these two together. I mentioned, so back in my day, they only had like 2 brands. I have the Albert Durers on the wish list somewhere. Yeah, I do like the Albert Durers as well. I feel like these are actually melting better than the Albert Durers though. Like, sometimes the Albert Durers can be a bit patchy. And this feels more meltable, which I'm finding very interesting. But of course the Albert Durers come in more of a colour range. And if you wanted to get Polychromos pencils and you didn't have Polychromos or Albert Durers and you also wanted water soluble, I would say get the Albert Durers, because then you essentially get the Polychromos and you get Albert Durers as well, which is what I would do if I did not already have the entirety of Polychromos, which is why I haven't rushed to get all the Albert Durers, but I do have some. I've focused more on getting the light colours that help expand out my ink tints range for when I do basing, so that I can have the ink tints, but I can also have some paler colours to base with. I might get back up into this way. Isn't that the way, like makeup palettes, that sometimes they have a better colour variety? Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking now. Wow, they've improved materials. Yes, so with the resurgence of colouring and the popularity of adult colouring, there are a lot of brands out there now making pencils. It's really, really, and not just pencils, like alcohol markers are now so much more commonly available. Paint pens, glitter markers, like all sorts of media is now becoming more and more available because things are getting easier to produce, but also the adult colouring world has definitely inspired a little bit of that. Also just art in general, and yeah. The pigmentation, it could be. It's not an ink tints. It's definitely not an ink tints. Again, I haven't looked at seen how much these were because I didn't kind of want to look up the price of a gift. That kind of felt rude. But I would be curious to see how these work with in comparison. Like I said, I quite like the idea of just keeping this as a little kit in my hospital bag, because it is a good little size tin to keep in the hospital bag. And you can do a lot with 12 colours, so I'm definitely saturating this page too much though, but I tend to do that. Still trying to figure out my water control. Again, keep in mind, these are technically kids' pencils. Whereas Albert Dura's are artist quality. I would call these student quality, at the very least. I would not call them kid pencils. But I know they're meant to be. Curious how buildable the colour is, but we can do some layers. And the biggest set is 18. According to this, the biggest set they do is a... Oh wait, that might not be the water-soluble. No, they are. According to this, the biggest set they do is a 40. So, let me just... Okay, so my local has them only up to an 18, but they are on clearance at my local, so that's not bad. I say local, it's in the other island, but it is local compared to other things. But yeah, that's not a bad price for the pencils. Yeah, I found the 40 set over in Australia for $79. That's $2 a pencil. Game Pups! Thank you so much for subscribing. And yes, I'm going to go lurk now. I need to catch up with the hubbies. They work from home, so I don't see them much through the day. All good. Pass on my love to the hubbies. And thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the G Squad. Enjoy your emotes, your room in the retirement home, your cozy blankets, and your cups of tea or coffee or drink of your choice. We also have lurk commands with cookies. You get a blankie. In our little, we call our community the retirement home, because that's what we really want, is to live in a retirement home. That's what I want. I want to live in a nice warm building with cozy blankies and an excuse to take a nap whenever I want. I really need to make a cookie emote, so that I can have Streamlabs actually put a cookie in. Yeah, enjoy your cookies in your blanket nest. Right, we'll give that a moment to dry, and then I think we'll do another layer over it, just for the fun of seeing what another layer looks like on top. Again, we're really just playing with new materials here as well. But now let's work up here, and let's do our blue to purple. In fact, before I do my blue, let's start with our purple. Just so that the blue area has more of a chance to dry. Yeah, it's still like... Honestly, if you're looking for a basing material, I still swear by Inktense. I love Inktense for basing. I love the fact once they're activated, they don't move, and I love the intensity of the color. So Inktense is always my preferred. But that being said, because they don't do pastel or lighter tones, their colours are so intense because they are ink. Sometimes you do need a lighter tone, and that's where I do pull out the Albert Dürers to fill in a couple of colours. And as I said, I don't have the full set of Albert Dürers, so I just have a lot of lighter tones in the Albert Dürers, and they act as a supplement to my Inktense. Enjoy your look, game pups. Oh, wait, no, we do have a little, no, we'll do you as icicle. I'll figure that part out later. We're just going to work over the snowflake, because the snowflake's so tiny that it's going to be a nightmare to work around, so we'll just colour over it and then go back over the top with something. Future Amy's problem. I actually don't mind that these are kind of pale, because, you know, like, ice is usually white, so it kind of will work that it's a bit on the paler side, in a way. We can play with, like, doing a light pastel-y page, which is something I don't generally do. I usually do very vivid colour, so maybe I can try to go a bit more pastel with this page. I don't know. Again, we're going into this with no plan, we're just figuring it out as we go along. It's fun to do that sometimes, though. In my head, these are Merms back here. I know they're probably technically fish, but I'm going to say they're Merms, because that's fun. So the smaller sets have these pencils at like $1 a pencil, but the bigger set is like $1.85 a pencil. And Google wants to push the Pablo's and luminance on me. Of course they do. I am wondering if maybe, because a lot of the places that I saw that had this, a lot of them have them half price. So I do wonder if maybe they are clearing out of the sets. Oh my god, the Pablo's is something that I do want to look into getting, though. Or at least, maybe not necessarily the full set of Pablo's, but a few colours in the Pablo's, because the Pablo's work really well with the Polychromos pencils. And again, it's just expanding that range. Like, I don't know if I showed this one on stream, but I ordered some books online from a person on Instagram who is a Kiwi who contacted me to say, hey, I'm clearing out some books. Do you want first dibs at buying them? I was like, yes, please, because there was a couple of books that I did want. And then she very kindly was like, would you like some Polychromos pencils for free? Because I don't use them and I'm not a fan of them. And I was like, oh my god, yes, please. That's so kind. So she sent me 26 Polychromos pencils, or 25 Polychromos pencils. But one of them is this one here. At first I thought this might be a fake one because I was like, hang on, Polychromos doesn't have a light violet 139. Like, I know my Polychromos pencils. This is not a Polychromos pencil colour. Did a quick Google. Turns out it's a discontinued colour from when they used to do 100 set instead of 120. But it is a beautiful pastel purple. Like, it's gorgeous. It reminds me of Grade Lavender from Prismacolor, which they need this in their set. They need that so badly. They need paler purples in their set. So, very special pencil because it's a discontinued colour. But that's where getting something like Pablo's, because there are a couple of different colours in the Pablo's that would help fill out the Polychromos set. Still not enough purples. Always struggle with the purples. Yeah. They really need to bring that back. It's such a gorgeous colour. And there are, like, I love my polys, but there are gaps in that range. And there are some very notable gaps. Talked about before how Faber-Castell black. It's not a neutral black, it's a warm black. They need a cool black. Their purples, talked about before. They really need a light cool brown, something on the almost beigey. Again, I'm thinking of Prismacolor, how you have that almost, they call it French grey, but it's like a brown grey, something more along those lines. They need like an actual mint green that isn't in the teal range. Again, a lot of the pastel tones is what I'm kind of would love to see expanded on. Like, there's enough gaps in their set that they could merge up to a 150 set, and I wish they would. And maybe one day they will. Yeah. I got the Distress watercolour pencils today. They have a good colour range. However, my brother decided to bite one of them, so now I'm missing a chunk of it. No! Oh my god, the Distressed watercolour pencils is another thing that I am very tempted to get because, A, there's a lot of pigment in those, and the fact that they are just pure pigment sticks. Yeah, I am very tempted to get those, but it's like, I think it's $55 for 12 of them. And of course you can't buy them individually, but I don't see myself using those pencils particularly quickly. And seeing what people are doing with them, I'm like, cool, you look like Inktense, but you're watercolor pencils, but you just look fun. And then I'm like, well, logically you don't need them, but also they look really fun and I really want them. And it's the same thing we were talking about, no, was it Cindy I was talking about with this earlier? Sorry, I was messaging both Emily and Cindy recently. Cindy! Am I doing Cindy? Yeah, it was Cindy, because we were talking about our Mythomorphia page and the temptation to buy a new supply when you discover a new technique. Sorry. But, oh, yeah. How are you? Are you enjoying them? Have you dabbled in them yet, Emily? They look so good. I do love the Ranger product range. They have some good stuff. Speaking of stuff that I got that's Ranger to play with, I've just got like a bag of random art supplies here. I finally got glossy accents, so I'm excited to play with those at some point. But then I also got, these are also made by Ranger. This is not the Distress Ink range, this is the Dilutions range, but it's made by the same people. And I got these because I love my Kaisercraft shimmer spray, but I can't access them and I can't get more colours. So I thought these might be really fun to play with in terms of a shimmer spray. And then I've also now got a pink and purple in that range because I don't have those colours. So yeah, they look really, really pretty. So I'm hoping I've still got to keep shaking up that purple. Yeah, we've got a beautiful purple and a reddy pink. Could be fun to play with. The Distress pencils are like a long, skinny crayon. Yeah, they're kind of like woodless pencils. They're just like full pigment sticks. Allegrado, since we're all art aficionados, may I share a great art story? Of course you can. We love a story being shared. Yes. Oh my god, Faber-Castell does need a titanium white. It does need a reasonable white. That white is essentially a blender. Yeah, the white is no. Or China white, something like that. Something where you get that really good white pigmentation pencil. Oh. Dreams, dreams, dreams. Alright, let's make you a gap. So little things like this annoy me. In fact, I'll bring you right in for this. Don't drop the camera. So up here we've got the ear, but the little gap behind the ear travels through the ear because the line hasn't been cleaned up properly. I hate when they do that. It's like, you've just forgotten to erase a line on your iPad. I can understand how it happens. There, sorry, too. It's there and there. I understand how it happens, but also, please remove this line. I haven't yet, as I'm not been home. You're probably not the best, my brother. A chunk of the pencils. I want those shimmer sprays. I didn't see in the craft stores at. Yeah, I only grabbed them because yesterday when I was out with my mum, we went to... There's a craft store that was based out of town where I buy all my Stickles. And they've just moved into town. It's a much smaller store now. But it's still got a good little curated range. So we went to just go and check it out. Turns out we were the first retail customer that they had at their new location, which was cool. But yeah, I saw them and I was like, you know what? I'm going to try these because I love my shimmer sprays, but I'm really lacking in the colours. So, and I can't find any more of the Kaisercraft ones. So, not that there's a huge range of those ones, but they do have some fun colours. They have a beautiful turquoise blue. And it wasn't available in the store, but I can order it from their online store. I was like, oh, I'm going to need that turquoise blue. But I'm going to test those first, and then if I like them, and I can achieve the splatter look I like with my other shimmer sprays, then I'll buy the rest of their colour range, just so I've got more options in the shimmer spray. But the main thing is they have a white and they have a gold, which are the two shimmer sprays I use the most. Okay, so I've been teaching my 10-year-old little boy, he goes by Mr. Pickle on my stream, woodbeading. I did see on Instagram your little, the little photo of what he had done. It's so cute. He's picked up on it so quickly and it's just tearing through my practice pieces like nothing. He's loving it and laughs when he gets more on, likes on my Insta than I do on my pieces. Oh, that's so cute. I'm sorry, but it is very cute. I'm glad, though, that he's loving it. And it's such a special thing to do with you as well. It's so cute. Yes, zinc white would be a good option, too. Again, that's where, I don't mind mixing brands, and I think it's good to have that mix of brands at times. So, I do use my polys and prismas together sometimes. They're not always the easiest to work together though, because one's oil and one's wax. But I do use them together, and if I have to, I will do that because sometimes that's your only option. So like Pablo's. So technically Pablo's are actually wax as well, not oil, but it's a different wax recipe than the Prismacolors, and they work better with the Polychromos. But that's kind of what I'm looking at, and their white is meant to be quite reasonable as well. So I'm waiting till they go on special, and then I'll probably stock up on a few colours. I just hadn't decided, it depends on my finances on the time, but also... It's that same thing of, if I buy the pencil individually, it's going to cost me, I think it's $6.50 a pencil. Which is not cheap for a pencil. It's not the most expensive pencil, but it's not a cheap pencil. For context, Polychromos pencils cost me $4 a pencil. But if I buy a set of them, because I have found the full 120 set on Amazon that will ship to New Zealand and is reasonably priced, but it is going to cost a like 300 and something that I have to, no, 425 to drop. But the price of the pencils comes down significantly compared to, I think it works out to be about $3.30 a pencil as opposed to $6.50, so it's almost half price to get the full 120 set. However, some colours in the Pablos are very comparable to the polys, so I don't technically need to get them in the Pablos, but it would just work up as a backup for the polys. And then once I have the full 120 set, I can compare the two sets together and know which ones specifically I could get in the Pablos that will add to my poly range, because the polys are of course much cheaper. So it would make more sense to primarily stick to the polys and have a couple of Pablos to top up that range. New Zealand dollars always makes me do a double take. Yep. Yes, New Zealand dollars. Let's clarify that. It's pricey down here at the bottom of the ocean. Maybe that's why I'm so Merm obsessed, because like I live in an island in the middle of the ocean in the bottom of the world. I don't know. I just think Merms are pretty. Wow, I don't know if the mic just picked up my stomach then. Oh, my stomach was like, I'm here too. I make noises. $3 NZ is $1.81 USD at the moment. Ah, okay. Yes, that's another thing I want to add to the converter when I do eventually get the converter set up in the bot, is because there is apparently a way for the bot to pull information. Like, so I could say, pull the current exchange rate as your reference. And then, so you will be able to type into chat, you know, $3 USD to NZD, and it will convert it, or whatever. So I can just say an amount and then you can just type it in and the bot will convert it, so nobody has to math. Because math is difficult. But that's an eventually thing. We all know how slow I am at doing anything tech related for stream. Because anything I do tech related for stream takes away from me actually doing art. This is why I was joking with Sammy that I just need to go over to hers, give her my laptop, she sits there and she does all the tech stuff for me, and I'll just sit there and work on her profile picture and her emotes. Which I've also got to do some emotes for Sammy at some point too. I have no idea where my tablet pen is at the moment though. $3 USD is $4.97. It's roughly $7.20 USD for a gallon of gas in NZ. I don't know how that compares to a gallon of fuel over there. I also don't know exactly how expensive fuel is at the moment because I don't drive. I just hear people complaining about the fuel price and feel it with the cost of taxis. Taxis went up again. It's understandable though. It's $3 a litre now. Oh my god, why aren't you turning on? A gallon is about 4 litres. Okay. Yeah, the only one that I remember is a pound versus a kilo. Because 2 pounds is a kilo, roughly. It's 2.2 pounds, but it's basically, something says 1 pound, about 500 grams. It's just how I remember it. It's not accurate, but it does make it easier when we're talking about, like, the supermarket and doing the, like, a pound of apples comparison. Literally, myself and Pencil Butter have sat there for hours comparing our supermarket shopping prices just for the fun of it. I don't know. I find it fascinating. like looking at other countries' supermarkets and then having our own supermarket up. I think it's the same thing. Like, there's been a couple of times that I've been hanging out in Discord with Smolt and Sammy, and Sammy's had to go to the supermarket, so she's put us on mobile and taken around the supermarket and been able to show off, like, local prices and stuff like that. It's quite fascinating. Yikes. Fuel be pricey, y'all. No wonder the cost of a bus ticket has gone up. Although it's still not bad compared to like, you know, the cost of Sammy driving. It's still only about 99 for me to get to Hamilton and about 130 for me to get over to Gisborne. So it's not a bad price. It's just, you know, you're on the bus. But it does save Sammy having to do a roundabout trip, so I don't mind that. I'll take a 14-hour bus trip to save Sammy a 10-hour drive one way, just so that she can turn around and drive another 10 hours back. Oh, it is that time again. We're being told it's time to put down the pencils and do some self-care. So let's do a little check-in with yourself. Do you need to hydrate? Do you need to stretch? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Do you need a snack? Do you need some water? Do I need to bathroom? I've been having a lot of liquid today. I do need to take pain meds. It is medication time for me, so we will take pain meds. We, of course, wiggle, because we wiggle every ad break. Because that's the point of these ad breaks, to remind us it's time to do some self-care. I might put you on a be right back screen and also just pop to the bathroom. And I might boil the jug again. Just refresh all my drinks, because they're getting a little on the cold side. And you have brewed enough, so let's get these tea bags out, because you're nice and strong. Actually, if I'm going to put water in there, I'm going to put the tea bags back in there to strengthen it back up. Alright, there's the ad break. I'm going to put you on the be right back screen for a moment. And we'll be right back. Make sure I actually click the right scene. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us as we did a little bit of self-care. I definitely needed to go to the bathroom. Oh, but we're feeling much refreshed now. We have, of course, refreshed all our hot drinks as well. I have already had a litre just in coffee and hot tea this morning in terms of water. And then I've got my actual water, which I have been sipping on. And then I've got an energy drink. So there's a lot of hydration going on at the moment. So we're just going to do our light blue. Oh, excuse me. I get 15 kilometers per litre, about 37 miles a gallon. I think my tank is 64 litres, 17 gallons, and my mile per gallon is like 24 miles. I don't know if that's good or bad. I know so much about cars. They go broom. They have different colours. That's scary. So knowledgeable in the car front. It's not the worst. It could be better, but it's not the worst, and I don't do all that much driving. That's all good then. Okay. So that'll give us the top half. So let's just activate the top. Did you get the Supra colors or the Pablos? I got neither. I got gifted fan color. So from my research, this is their kid pencil range, but I would put them at student quality. They're definitely better than a lot of the kid pencils I've tried. Some of the reviews I was reading even says that they're better than some of the artist quality ones. I am impressed with how much they melt. Like, they are smushing together really beautifully. Such a... Well, they're not the cheapest set, but they are cheap by Cavendish standards. Especially with the half price off them at the moment. But yeah, it's a cute little set. And they work well with just like regular pencils as well. So as I was saying, I've got a little bag that I have set up for emergencies at the hospital. And in the moment I've got a 36 set of some Staedtler pencils, but I actually really don't like those pencils. There's not enough pigmentation. They're scratchy. I'm not a huge fan of them, but they're in a nice little tin and they're easily portable. So I'm actually thinking I might swap them over for these ones and put them in my hospital bag and just have them in there for, you know, hospital emergency trips. My Joanna Basford Small Victories also lives in there for that reason. We're gonna, after we've activated this section, we're gonna go back over the bottom section and just see if we can build up some colour as well. Build up some tones. We're just really playing because it's a new set that I was lovingly gifted. So it's like, well, we're going to play with them and it kind of works for this page. So yeah, we're just playing. We're just playing. If I was using, say, my ink tints, this whole thing would have been based by now, though. Because those are so intense. And I don't have to be as pedantic about layering down everywhere, because it's like there's so much pigment in those pencils. If I miss a section, it's fine, because there's just so much pigment, I can just move it around. So they're definitely a very quick basing tool, which is primarily how I use my ink tints. So I do have a wish list on YouTube. The Amazon wish list should be listed in the description below. I have had someone say that for some reason it wasn't working for them, but then I've had others say that it does work. You can also DM me if you really want my address. It's not actually my address, it's an address that you can send things through that are then shipped up to my mum's from that address, and then I pick them up from my mum's. So yeah, there is an address that I can give out as well. But yeah, you don't have to send me a gift. It's very much appreciated, but it's not necessary, because genuinely just hanging out with y'all is so wonderful. And I am very aware about the cost of shipping to New Zealand. So also very, very aware about the cost of shipping. So yeah. You tell Samsara Dusty if you want to suggest to Amy. She will help you surprise Amy. It's true. Yeah. Or there is the Ko-fi where you can... That's set up now too. The Ko-fi was set up mostly so I'd have a place to upload free stuff. It's got my colouring page tracker sheet on there. And I do want to finish off some colouring pages and list them on there for free, so that people can just download them and just play around with colouring, so that when people are like, I want to get into colouring, it's like, sure, here you go, here's a bunch of my own colouring pages, they're all free, help yourself. But yeah, my hands haven't been in the right space for a drawing at the moment. I have got ideas though. I've got so many ideas. That's part of the reason why I do eventually want to get an iPad as well, so that I can try. I think it would work a lot better, because I have a Wacom tablet, but the tablet actually really hurts to use, especially with my hands and that pen. And with the iPad, you can of course use the Apple Pencil, which is much thinner, which will be much more comfortable on my hands. But this is also presuming that I do the digital line work. Like, part of me is like, well, maybe I just do traditionally drawn pages. Like, maybe I don't even line them. Maybe I just do like pencil and just have pencil line work. So that's just kind of what I'm thinking about dabbling about with, is like still just trying to work out how I do it, because one of the things that I find really difficult is outlining stuff. It really hurts my hands to do outlines. So it's like, maybe I actually just do pencil as my pages, you know? And then just upload those. I will guard your spoons with consent. That's appreciated. I love doing it on my Samsung tablet. The pen is thin as an actual pen, but I do most of mine on the phone with my stylus. I had a little stylus for my phone, but it dropped out and then I rolled over it, so it got destroyed. The other reason though for the iPad is that you do get Procreate, and there's a few things in Procreate. Well, you don't get Procreate, you have to buy Procreate, but there's a few things in Procreate that will also make life easier in terms of producing what I want to produce. But yeah, I do have a Wacom Cintiq, so it's like I have a fancy tablet, And I do occasionally pull it out. It's just, it really is not a comfortable device for my hands to use. But it is a very fancy, very expensive tablet. So, like, well, we're going to keep using it. I do need to eventually find a way to replace the charging cord thingy-mabob for it, though. Because it does not like when I bump it. You have the Samsung Galaxy Tablet S7. I never thought about looking into the tablet, but again, I was also looking at the Procreate for the advantages and the different tool applications that it uses. But if it works for you, that's the main thing. It's so cool with the, like, how technology is rising and just the accessibility to a lot of these things now. Well, that was dumb. I just went back over the top of that, and now I wanted to work over the top of that with pencils. Alright, we might need our hairdryer. I got it hoping it would link to my phone, but I haven't figured out how to share it yet. Oh, careful. Why are we not coming up? Because we're caught in the wheels. That's not good. Oh. Oh. Alright. Oh. God, got it. Power cord trapped in the wheels. Oh. Untangle you. Oh, got there. Right. I am going to put you all on mute for a minute while I just blast this with a hairdryer, just to help speed up the drying of the page so we can go back over it with another layer and just try it out. So, here, just on mute. Okie dokie, now I'm not blasting your eardrums out. We're dry, we're crunchy. I love crunchy paper. I know some people are like, ugh, don't want the paper to buckle, but I actually really love the sound. KP, hello. We are trying out some new materials. You did miss a little bit of colouring. We've been swatching some bits and pieces. And trying out all sorts of different stuff. And yeah, we're just playing around with the new materials. On this Ice Merm page, I'm waiting for my red ink to be delivered, so I figured I would swap to a new page. The Ice Merms were chosen by my Instagram community and my YouTube community, and yeah, I was like, well, we've got all these new pencils to try out, so let's try out. And yeah, they're going really well. We're just going to see if we can layer up the pencils now to get some more pigmentation and build up this colour a little bit more. But for supposedly kid pencils, the fan colors aren't bad. They're definitely student quality, not kids quality. But I feel like the way they melt is better than my Albert Durers, but it's as long as we can build up that pigment a bit more. And I was saying with the fan colors pencils as well, this tin is the perfect size that it might actually go well in my hospital bag. Because the set that I've got in the tin in my hospital bag I actually really don't like. So it might be a good little set to keep in my hospital bag, my little bag to grab if I fall and need to go up to ED. So it's a good little travel kit as well. Yeah, and then I did test the glitter markers as well. Where's my little test? On this random piece of card. But those are the glitter markers. Yeah, I've made it. I've made it to May and we haven't gone into hospital, so I'm counting it as a win. But I also like to be prepared. So there's a little, I actually need to get a new, I need to get my charge cord back in there because I had to pull out my emergency charge cord to replace another charge cord. But there's like a phone charge cord and power thingy in there. A little mini colouring book and a little tin of pencils that I hate. I do also need to grab a new sharpener for it because I had to pull the sharpener out of there. So yeah, I've just got to put a new pencil sharpener in there, and then I might put a water brush in there if I put these pencils in there since they're water activated, so it might be cool to put a water brush in there too. And then just like some basic information and stuff. It's just there in case of I'm using the purple. I'm using the wrong color. Cool. We'll make it work. Oh, whoops. Oh, gosh. Whoopsie-daisy. Right, well, we'll just bring the dark blue into the green a bit more. There was an audible gasp at that shimmer. Yes. Yeah. Amy, good joint days are the best days. We like that. Yeah, no, the hospital bag is literally there as an emergency in case I fall. Because if I fall and I have to go up to ED, because if I fall, it's basically I've got to go and get an x-ray and clearance to keep moving. And that means we're up at ED for hours. So, like, you know, I'm going to be bored. I'm going to be anxious because I'm in the hospital. So having a little emergency kit that includes a colouring book to keep me entertained, always a good idea. And it just means that when the ambulance comes and they pick my ass up off the ground and they go, oh, okay, we're going to take you to ED. It's like, cool, can you grab that bag by the door? That's my hospital bag. Everything I need's in there except for my keys and my wallet, which are here and here. Grab those, we're good to go. We like it if Amy meets the ground on Amy's terms. Terms. There's not many terms where I want to be on the ground. I'm not a fan of the ground. The ground is hard and uncomfortable. And quite often not flat. EMS, love a prepared patient. Exactly. It's the same thing when they ask what medications I'm on, and I just pull up my phone and I just give them the list on my phone, and they're like, oh my god, thank you. Because if I try to spell out Alumubab Humira, they're like, what? And I'm like, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I'm like, it's on my phone, that's how you spell it. I don't remember how to spell it. And if you're in the middle of something, it's like, oof. I can't spell it, it's too difficult to spell. And I'm in pain right now. Don't make me think about how to spell this word. Right, so just to keep this consistent, we will bring a bit more purple back across, because I accidentally started with the purple, because I wasn't concentrating, and I thought the purple was the blue. It's okay, we can make it more purple on the sides, and then we'll just bring in more of the blue down here. We've got room down here to bring in a bit more blue as we merge into the green. Amy said many EMS rodeos. I have. It's also an anxiety thing for me because, again, if I fall, it's really not fun. And I know me. I know how anxious I get in hospital. I know the fact I can't vape in hospital, which isn't a great coping mechanism, but it is one. So it's like, well, here goes all these coping mechanisms, but the one I can have is colouring, provided I can use my wrist. But even if I can't use my, like, right hand, but I've still got my left hand, I'll still colour. I'll just do a left hand colouring challenge or something. But yeah, it just gives me peace of mind to know if I fall, once the ambulance gets to me, they can get me up off the ground, and then if they are like, nah, we're going to take you into hospital, we're covered. And it's like, cool, you don't have to run around the apartment, everything's here. That bag, we're good to go. Apart from my wallet and my keys, which don't live in the hospital bag. They live usually in my trolley. Which would need to be brought up anyway. So it's like, that's fine. Yeah, I'm looking to get some of the nicotine spray. I wouldn't put chewing gum because they usually keep you nil by mouth until they confirm, you know, you're good to go. If it's just a case of like, hey, we're just going to check if an ankle's broken, that's fine. But if it's looking like, you know, you might need a procedure, they keep you nil by mouth because you're not meant to have anything in your stomach. So chewing gum would be a no. But nicotine spray is something that I'm looking to access, which I can access through the pharmacy. It's just a little pricey and has an expiry on it. So it's like, yeah. I just have to put into my phone when it's due to expire, pull it out, use it up, and get a replacement every few months or something. Purple is a type of blue. Purple has a blue undertone. It's just this was meant to be blue to green, and then this was meant to be blue to purple, and then I accidentally included purple down here. But we'll make it work. It's not the end of the world. It's just me grabbing the wrong pencil. But these things happen, you know? Speaking of blue, I wasn't going to do this, but I did impulse buy a new colouring book. Where is it? But I really wanted to colour Laguna Blue. It's technically an activity book, but it does have some colouring pages in it. So we're just gonna focus on colouring them. But it's just like, I really just want to colour some Monster High. So it does have some Laguna Blue pages. So somewhere in here I did see her. Because that was specifically what I was in the mood to colour. I was like, I want to colour Laguna Blue. So yeah, I usually, like, I do have a few kids colouring books because they are fun. They are fun to go into every once in a while. But I usually try to get ones that say, like, ultimate colouring book, not activity book. But in this case, we're going activity book. But it was all I could find. However, it does mean, for example, like, on the back here, this is meant to be draw the lines to match the students to their beds, whatever. But because I wouldn't do that, I could use alcohol markers on this page, right? Because it doesn't matter if it bleeds through, I'm not doing the activity. And then same with Laguna Blue, though I do kind of like her there as well, but this is like a code breaker, so I could just ignore that and just use alcohol markers on that. You got to do some of the activity pages. The activity part might be great for left-handing in the to-go bag. It could. It is a little big for the to-go bag though. The book, it is actually on my shelf because I was using it for something else recently. Again, I had to pull some stuff out of the to-go bag, so I've got to reassemble the bag, which I'll probably do this afternoon now that I've got the replacement cord. Just about had a disaster, and it would have been even more of a disaster because this was not in my pocket. That is now in my pocket. We're okay. But this is the book that usually lives in the hospital bag because it's just a really good size. So yeah, I have done like a couple of pages in here, but it's just a good portable size for living in a hospital type bag because it's so tiny. Because again, it's this, a toothbrush, a little mini hairbrush and a couple of hair ties, phone charger, a couple of pieces, like a small little printout with some information, in like a little tiny bag. So, and I've got to get a replacement sharpener for it because I had to pull the sharpener out. That was another thing I had to pull out recently. And if I put these ones in there, which I am really gravitating towards because I really don't like the pencils that are currently in there, a little water brush will probably be in there too, because then I can use these as water-soluble pencils. Though, I don't have to put a water brush. I could just put some normal paintbrushes in there because you often get little medicine cups at the hospital and they're the perfect size to hold a little bit of water to activate watercolour pencils. I've done that many a time in the hospital. So yeah, it's just like a good little size to travel together, and like 12 pencils is enough to do quite a bit. Like, you can do a lot with 12 pencils, so. But yeah. I had that one out because I was just looking at it to see if there was any mermaid pages that I wanted to do in May, because I went through all my books. Alright, I missed something about trains. Would be much more convenient if there were a high-speed rail between your house and Samsara. Would you mind a high-speed rail connecting everything everywhere? I would love that. I would love if it was be easier, but yeah. Train's train. Yeah. But we manage. It's sucky, the distance, but also, you know, it is what it is. We make do with what you can do. Hopefully, I will be back over there soon, though, because I am very much missing Sammy. I miss you, Sammy. Hopefully, I get a call about my glasses soon, so I can go and pick them up, and then I should have nothing to get me in New Plymouth until my next appointment, which I think is the mid-July. It's either June or July, and honestly, if it's in June and it lines up with me going over there, I'm just going to move the appointment, because it's not an urgent one. Okay, I'm going to get some self-care done. I'll be back. All good, Smolt. Love to see you self-caring. Enjoy your lit cookie. I've heard they're delicious. But yeah, these pencils, I am surprised at how nice they are for melting together. Again, they are, because I did do a little bit of research on the pencils, and they do say they are meant to be the kid range, but they're not kid pencils, because they're Caran d'Ache, which are really good quality pencils. So, definitely student grade. For those that don't know, you have kids grade, you have student grade, you have artist grade, and sometimes they call a grade professional, which is in between student and artist grade, where it's not quite artist, light fastness and all that, but they might just call it professional, where it's a little bit more than like your student, because student is more high school tech style, maybe primary depending. I don't know, I always used student grade when I was a kid, because that's what I had access to. And I knew that the kids' ones were awful, so I always used the student grade ones, because that's what I had access to. So the Faber-Castell classic colours that I often recommend, they are technically student grade. Actually, I think my Faber-Castell classic colours tin has a sharpener in there. So I could just steal the sharpener from there, actually, because I've never used that sharpener, so that'll be fine. It doesn't have to be a good fancy sharpener. It's just a hospital emergency bag. Stop me pulling out sharpeners when all my sharpeners blunt. I do have to replace quite a few of my sharpeners. I know a lot of people use like electronic sharpeners and really fancy sharpeners. I tend to buy quite cheap ones. I really like these Stadler ones. They do make a good sharpener with the little container and the multiple sizes. But They're about $7. They usually last me, I think those ones I've had about 6 months. And I do a lot of pencil sharpening. But the blades are starting to get a bit blunt. And then what I do is I just replace them. It would be better if I could just replace the actual blade, but I don't know if I want to get in there and unscrew a fiddly little blade and screw in a new fiddly blade. And I'm yet to find an electronic sharpener that I can replace the blades on. Because the main thing with a pencil sharpener is the blade needs to be sharp in order to get that good smooth cut. So sometimes even a cheap coin shop sharpener can be better than a fancy sharpener because the blades will be sharp. Keep your blade sharp. And before anyone suggests I put in like a Stanley knife or a craft knife, I will tell you right now, the hospital would not be happy with me pulling out a craft knife. In particular, the security guard there would not be happy with me pulling out a craft knife. So, no, sharpener. Self-contained sharpener. Keep your blade sharps and your enemy sharper. I don't know if you want sharp enemies, though. You want to be sharper than your enemy. You want to be smarter. Right, so just so it's consistent, we'll add in a little bit of purple again. Just a little bit under here, just so it acts like a little bit of a shadow. What I could do is I could even bring the purple up into the background, so like it's more darker on this side, and this side's slightly lighter, and this could be our light source, actually. That's not a bad idea. That's how we'll fix it up. We now have established a light source. Actually, I haven't tested if those pencils are erasable. They are water soluble. They'll probably go around the frame anyway. I tend to go around the frames in these. This is my little trick when I decide a light source. If I know I'm not going to continually work on the page, and I may not have established very clearly where the light source is, I'll just draw a quick little arrow somewhere off to the side so I know what direction I was intending for my light source. I was thinking that broken bone is sharp. You could sharpen those up. You could indeed. And a Court of Thorns and Roses. That's how Freya. Wow, I am mind blanking on names. It's how the main character defeats a certain something. I need to hurry up and finish my audiobooks or extend out the hire from the library because they're due to be returned and I haven't actually been listening to them. I've been watching too much YouTube. I do have the Throne of Glass series now. I've got quite a few of them that I want to listen to. So I might start on those, because I do also have the Throne of Glass colouring book. So it's quite nice working on a colouring book while listening to the audiobook of that series. It's quite fun. I did find a Discworld colouring book, and I'm like, oh, I kind of need that. Kind of need that. And then I have an excuse to listen to the entire Discworld series again. Yeah. Yeah, Freya. Freya. I can't remember. I could be mixing up my series as well. I'm pretty sure her name's Freya. I'm really like, my brain is just going chonk, 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 chonk. And it's like, you've listened to this series like 5 times, Amy. Oh, you ever have one of those days where the brain is just not braining and you can feel it literally processing? It's like you're having a CPU issue in your brain. You googled it? That's what Wikipedia said. There we go. Yeah. I've got Elaine on the brain, which is one of her sisters, because I recently did a page involving Elaine. Coloured a page of Elaine in her garden, which was really fun to do, actually. It's a really nice spring florally page. Alright, before I carry on over there, actually, let's just add in a bit more blue. I appear to have the hiccups as well. You've been streaming for almost 3 hours, Amy, basically holding a solo conversation. Of course your brain is like, words? Why though? Thank you for the posture check as well, KP. I really should be doing a posture check, especially 3 hours in, as you've been saying. I had readjusted my footrest to move that while I was pulling up all the cords, so thank you. We definitely were not in correct posture. We are now in correct posture. It's been good though, like, yeah, I have been streaming for 3 hours, but because it's been so icy cold here at the moment, hence the beanie and fluffy and double pants and double socks, I also have a heat pack going, which I put on to keep warm, but it's on my back, which is usually where I get a lot of grief, and because I'm just like putting a consistent heat pack on my back feels fantastic today. Which is great. And it's like, maybe I just need to heat pack my back 24/7. I was very, very grateful when I went to the second-hand shop. Actually, it's probably about time it gets refreshed anyway. Maybe. And I found this thing. So this is like a hot water bottle, but it's an electronic one. So I don't have to worry about filling it up with hot water and worry about the plug that stops the hot water coming out and burning me and stuff like that, because it's just got a little plug section and I just plug a thing in and charge it, and then it takes like 15 minutes to charge and it lasts quite a few hours. So it's meant to be about 3 hours worth of charge, and it is starting to cool down a bit, so we might reheat that in a little bit too. But yeah, $10 at the op shop, best $10. Yeah, there's quite a few of them. I was looking at you can get ones that specifically wrap around your neck, or ones that are like large flat ones so that you can lie it down on the bed, almost like an electronic blanket, but it's specifically an electronic heat pad so that you can lie it down and you can lie on top and it covers your whole back. I was looking at one of the back ones in particular. That one was like $150 plus, and so I was like, oh, that's not really in the budget. So I've been keeping an eye out for a special of it, but then when I went into the op shop and I found this one for $10, I was like, mine. And I will admit, whatever the gel is, it does slightly smell chemically when it's hot. So it's not, I can understand why the person might have gotten rid of it. Honestly though, I genuinely don't care. It kind of just reminds me of some of my laboratory smells when I worked in the lab. Like, it's fine. It's just things heating up. And I did say over time, with more usage, that smell will get less intense. And it's definitely already less intense with me using it. So, because when I got it, it was like still in its brand new packaging. It still had all the plastic wrap. They'd probably tried it once, then gone, nah, and gotten rid of it. So, for me, $10, fine. But yeah, really good purchase. I love going to secondhand shops. It's always so fun to see what you discover when you go to a secondhand shop. You never know what you're going to find. The last time I went was when I got this heat pack for $10, and then they also had a toasty sandwich maker, like a grilled cheese for those that aren't a Kiwi. We call them toasty sandwiches. And we have little machine makers that you basically put your bread in, you put your filling in, another piece of bread, you sandwich it together, toast it perfectly on both sides, but because it's tight, it also compresses the ends and makes them into little toasty pies or stuff like that. And you can get ones that are specifically got a deeper middle so that you can put more filling in there. My mum had been looking out for one, and someone had dropped off an absolutely brand new one, never used. I don't know why they had purchased it, never used it, and just dropped it off at the op shop, but It still had its brand new price label on. It was still wrapped up in all the plastic. The box hadn't even had the seal broken. They had broken it to test everything. But yeah, they said absolutely brand new. Was $30, brand new, $150. So I put it into my trolley, and then I messaged Mum and was like, Mum, you were looking for one of these, right? So she was very happy too. Vi! Hello, lovely. Hello. Thank you. I just noticed that you also subbed. Now you see me, now I lurk. Thank you so much for subscribing for 17 months. Holy shit. That's incredible. Welcome back to retirement home. Enjoy your room in the retirement home with your cozy crochet blankie, your cups of tea, your cookies, your emotes, your ad-free viewing, which I knew you got anyway because I know you're turbo. And thank you so much for the support, lovely. This looks lovely. Thank you. And thank you also for whichever one of my mods was kind enough to do the shout out for Vi. Vi is an amazing streamer here on Twitch. Very, very kind as well. One of my go-to people for how do I do this, Vi? Always willing to help out. Always willing to just be full of kindness, full of wonderfulness, and plays a lot of really fun games and does a lot of really fun streams and good times. And hopefully in the future sometime, Vi, we can connect again to do some more Stardew, because that was really fun. And it's not often that I get to do a game stream with somebody. Though I keep saying we need to do some colouring streams as well. Y'all just need to stop playing video games and come join my stuff now. Like, I've done your thing. I've done the games. Come colour. We have grilled cheese makers here. My brother got me one as a gift when he was 12. My brother got one as a gift when he was 12 because he loved grilled cheese so much. They work pretty well for omelettes too. I never actually thought about doing an omelette in one, but I guess that would kind of make sense because it would cook it all around. Why are you popping up? I don't care about all of you. Computer popping things open all the time. Yeah, I never thought about actually doing an omelette in one, but I suppose it would make sense. I don't know. I just do my toasty sandwiches in the fry pan. But I'm just lazy and don't need another electronic cooking device in the house. I need to clear out a lot more of my kitchen stuff. I have been working my way slowly through my kitchen stuff. I've got like 2 boxes on my table, which you can kind of see the pile of stuff back there. It's just stuff piling up to donate because I have been working my way through, but I also really want to tackle what you can't see is on the other side of the flag here, there's a shelf, and that's where I store like my crock pot, my blender, like all the random kitchen electronics. And it's just like, it's like a stainless steel shelf you might keep in the garage. I don't know, my dad had a spare one. I was like, actually, that's really handy to shovel my appliances into because I have no kitchen storage, essentially. There's 2 cupboards in my kitchen that I cannot even use. And there's only 3 cupboards in total. So my kitchen storage is very limited. So I shovel my appliances on there. But there's also like some random candles and it's just all sorts of stuff piled up on there. And there's some appliances that are on there that I don't even use. Like a milk frother because I don't drink milk in my coffee anymore. So I could get rid of my milk frother, for example. If you toast in the toaster and omelette in the sandwich maker, you can make an eggy sandwich in one foul swoop. Eggy sandwiches are good. Honestly though, like, if I'm making an eggy sandwich, I'm using some hard-boiled eggs because when I boil an egg, I will boil like 12 eggs and then put all the pre-hard-boiled eggs into the fridge. So I'll take one of those, a little bit of mayo, a lot of curry powder and chili, and I make curried egg. And I slap that between bread and you just get an easy, perfect sandwich. And if I'm feeling fancy, I'll also cut up some cucumber or chuck in some greens. Honestly, curried egg sandwich, so good. So filling because it's just protein. Easy, it's quick, and it takes me no time at all. Yes, proper egg sandwich, right? I love a good curried egg sandwich. But yeah, that's one of the things you'll pretty much always find in my fridge is hard-boiled eggs. Because it's also just an easy snack to grab as well. And it's like, I'm hungry. Protein. Fills me up. Doesn't hurt my tummy. Tastes yummy. It's just the cost of eggs right now. Although they are getting better. They're not as expensive as they used to be, which is nice. But yeah, eggs is one of those staples in my diet. Because also, like, for example, Shin ramen, which is an instant ramen that I love because it's spicy and delicious. Packet of that, 1 egg, easy meal. Gochujang stew, which is one of my favorite go-tos. I love a good spicy Korean stew. It's got to have an egg. I can't tell you the last time I brought meat, but I can guarantee you I've brought a lot of eggs. Because I don't know, I don't like intend vegetarianism, but I do a lot of veggie, because not vegan, but I do a lot of vegetarian because I do eat a lot of eggs as a primary protein, but I also eat a lot of tofu because I also really like tofu. And even when I do mince, like I made some bolognese recently, and I ended up throwing in lentils into there because if you are making any sort of mince dishes, by the way, beef mince, we just call it mince here in New Zealand, brown lentils, very cheap, very nutritious, very filling, full of protein again, which is what fills me primarily. I'm someone who needs protein in their meal. I don't do good with bread and carbs, and raw veggies unfortunately do upset me a lot now with my IBS, but protein is very comfortable in my tummy. It's one of the few things that I know I can eat and it doesn't affect me too badly, so protein is what I look for mostly in my meals. But yeah, anytime I cook anything with ground beef, I cut the beef in half and do lentils now, because for a while there I couldn't because the lentils weren't sitting well and beans weren't sitting well, but the beans still aren't great, but lentils, they are, and they take on the exact taste and texture like mince. So you can't tell the difference between what's a lentil and what's mince. So it's a really cheap way to extend out beef mince. And it's just tasty. So yeah, I made a thing of spaghetti bolognese like a couple of months ago. Last time I actually cooked spaghetti bolognese. I say recently, like I haven't cooked a lot recently. And yeah, half of it was lentils, so it was really cheap, but really tasty. I do want to make a Japanese curry again in the crock pot, and sometimes I chuck mince into that as well. But fill it half up with lentils because I think that'll be really tasty. Lentils are almost magic. They really are. These are Koha Cafe across the road from me. So for those that don't know what the concept of Koha is give what you can. It's used here, for example, you know, you might have a situation going on like, hey, I missed rubbish collection. I have a massive bag of rubbish of recycling that needs to go to the recycling centre, but I don't have a car. Is anyone available to take this bag to the recycling centre, and I'll give you a batch of cupcakes as Koha? So it's like, I can give you this. I can't necessarily give money. It sometimes is money, but it also is other things. So the Koha Cafe is give what you can, and they have prices listed of what the food costs to sell, to produce, but you give what you can, and that might not be the Koha, it might be more than the Koha. One day I went over there because I noticed they have a little colouring section, because they're also a safe space to hang out. I went over there and I looked at their colouring section, and I noticed how lacking some of their colouring supplies were. And I was like, would you guys like a bunch of colouring stuff? Because I noticed how lacking some of your stuff is, and I have some stuff I could donate to you. So I gave them a bunch of colouring stuff, and they gave me a massive meal for free, because that was my Koha for the day, was I gave them a bunch of adult colouring stuff. And they're always really lovely when I go over there as well. But the point of all this is that they do a baked potato with savoury mince, which is one of my favourite foods from them. And it's tasty, it's warm, it's comforting, and it definitely has lentils in there for the mince as well. It's got mince, but it's also got lentils, and it's tasty. It's so good. They do have peer support. In fact, I heard through the grapevine, because the shop next door to the alleyway where they are has closed, and so Taranaki Retreat, which is the charity that runs but also takes the profit from the cafe, because the cafe doesn't even have profit. The profit all goes to Taranaki Retreat, which is a place to go when you're in mental distress so that you can have a break. It is a retreat for people in mental distress. It's a wonderful place. It's a wonderful charity. But I heard that they're overtaking the shop to expand it so they can offer even more peer support. But the other thing as well is we've had a real issue with displaced people and homeless people living around the centre of town. Because, of course, they go to the cafe for a free meal every day because that's the only place they can go and get a feed at the moment. And the shelter that a lot of the men used to go to closed down because of government regulations, meaning that they couldn't run anymore. So there's literally nowhere for these people to go and sleep. So they're sleeping around town because there's just nowhere for them to sleep. So they're opening up this space in order to provide more room for counsellors so they can have more peer support. They've just opened up an anxiety centre to help people with anxiety, in a little room specifically for people with anxiety. But they're also going to open up an area to try and focus on these people who are displaced and try and get them somewhere to sleep that is not the streets. So it's like they can come in, they already know it's a place that they're welcome because they come in for a free feed. And then it's like, hey, while you're here, why don't you come over here? You know, they have a doctor that comes in once a week so that these people can see a doctor and just get some basic health care. He doesn't do prescriptions, but he can at least, you know, like check out wounds and help them if, like, they've got a bit of an infection, help them clean wounds, or just basic medical care and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really cool and really exciting. I have to go back over and talk to them once I figure it out. I haven't set it up before, but I want to talk to them about getting them on Tiltify so that I can start setting up a charity, basically, a charity stream for them, and just have them up as available so that people can donate to. Because it's a really wonderful place and I can only give so much, and I would love to be able to open it up. I really am grateful to them. They were very, very handy to me when I was going through a lot of my anxiety with cooking, because I literally could not cook for several weeks, and that was how I survived, was going over to the cafe and they would just feed me every day, whether or not I had the funds to pay for it. I would pay as much as I could. I didn't buy groceries because it was like, well, I'm not cooking, so I gave them everything I could from my grocery budget, but there were days I couldn't afford to buy anything, and they're like, no, it's all good, come on in, we'll give you a feed. So really, really lovely place, very safe to go to, one of the few places I feel safe to go and colour out in public as well. And if I'm having a day I also can't be in the apartment, wonderful place to go and hang out with. So yeah. Oh, KP has redeemed a Feed Me Candy and is AFK. All good, KP. Thank you so much. I just see a big note about chickpeas that I missed as well, because I went on a ramble there, as I do. I am a rambler. If chickpeas work for all people, I put them in a fry pan with veggie broth and cook them softer until the liquid is gone. Then I crush and fry them until these crispy bits for the chief of the mouthfeel. Ooh, that actually sounds really good. I do like chickpeas. They just don't agree with me too well. They're not as bad. Beans, though. Specifically beans. Oh my god, beans are so difficult for my stomach to process now. I do love chickpeas, though. Chickpeas are delicious. The, oh god, what are they called? The spiced chickpea patties. So good. I'm having too many connection issues. I'm going to have to peace out. I'll be back again in the future. All good, KP. I really appreciate you being here. I hope your connection sorts itself. I hate when these internet blips. But very much appreciate you being here, and I'm glad you got to see the pencils in action and know how much I appreciate them. Oh, and apparently it's been another hour. Can you believe it? Time flies by when you're having fun. Which I am. I'm having a lot of fun playing with this. So like doing a base coat and then working back over with the pencils, you do build up a bit of pigment. Like that would almost work as a base layer that I would then shade on top of, but we are going to reactivate it because I am curious to see if we can reactivate on top of activated pencils. Again, we are playing a little bit here, but we'll be doing that after our 3-minute break. We take a break every hour here because the Twitch does ask for it, but also it works out for a self-care break. So I am going to stretch and wiggle. I'm also going to reheat my hot water pack. Take this opportunity to do a check-in with yourself. Do you need to hydrate? Do you need to stretch? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Do you have washing in the machine? I should ask if KP had washing in the machine. I still have washing in the machine. Surprise, surprise. I was going to wash them before stream, so things would be ready for me to put out after stream, but then we got the restriction of the power notice to be like, hey, maybe don't put your washing on right now. You know, try to turn off all the lights you don't need to use. We're kind of running low on power here. So, I was a good girl and didn't put my washing on. And there is our ad break. Alright. First things first. Drop everything, apparently, is the first thing we're going to do. Good job, Amy. Oh. Oh. Alright, so we need to make sure we have a flat, secure area on the desk for this to sit with nothing else touching or getting in the way, and we do not move it once it's on. Those are the instructions. In the meantime, we'll do some wiggles. So you may slightly hear something boiling. It is just a heat pack. I don't know if the mic will pick it up or not. Probably not, but just in case. I do like the colour palette so far. But I mean, it is one of my favourite colour palettes, so of course I'm going to like it. Got a little bit left in that one. We'll be down 1 out of 4 liquids. Lots of stretches. Alright, that can all be checked later. Do, 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 do. Oh, stretch the back, click the back. Ooh, that's not a bad price. Don't need it. Impulse buying. Don't need to do it. I still look at the specials every day. Oh yes, I need to check my income report tonight and make sure I've actually reported the correct hours for this week, which should be the same as last week, but we're not presuming. Stretchy, stretchy, stretch. Actually, I'll put you in my pocket. Then I won't lose it. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us as we went to Adland. It's always greatly appreciated. Those of you that pick up the sword and battle the ads. And for those of you that don't get the ads, thank you for just bearing with us as we do some self-care. Alright, let's start activating this. And I'm going to try and be a little bit more pedantic in how I activate it. In fact, I am going to get a smaller brush. Shock horror. Some of these areas are very tiny. How are we all doing out there? Hope we're doing okay today. I know some of you are doing the work. I hope work's not going too badly. I've actually been watching a couple of streams that are like co-working streams. They're actually quite effective for getting things done. Does make me want to figure out the bot so I can set up a task bot and start doing it where we turn off the mic for 26 minutes or so, and then we do 4-minute breaks every hour. And that's when we turn the mic on and chat, and then we go back to getting our tasks done and have it so we can all put our tasks in there. Just look at getting things done, you know? It would be a good idea on some of those days where I don't quite have as many chats to talk about, but I can be quite chatty when I want to be, as you can tell today. Today is a chatty day. But yeah, still got to figure out the YouTube connectivity. Perfection Cider. Hello, hello. How are we going today? It's good to see you, lovely. Hope we're all doing well out there. It is Friday here in New Zealand, and I am very much grateful for Friday because it means that once I've done work tonight, I'm done for the week, which is quite a nice feeling. I do have to do all my stats tonight though, because I've put them off all week, which is really bad of me, but I just wasn't in the right mood to do them. So we'll just have to make ourselves do them tonight, regardless of how we feel. Some weeks I do get them done early, and then sometimes I'm just like, Friday. Friday is generally one of the quieter nights at work though, so it is an easier night for me to actually do stats on. I'm doing good, just popping in while having a coffee before going to the shop for a Mother's Day gift while Mum is busy. Nice. Also, Generation Monster, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Feel free to pop in and say hi if you'd like to, but if you also just want to lurk in the shadows, you are more than welcome to do so. But if you want to say hi, would love to hear from you too. I do have to do my own Mother's Day shopping on Saturday, but that is literally me just going and getting a cake. We're doing a little Mother's Day afternoon tea on Sunday. I may also be popping up on Saturday to my mum's because my brother's maybe helping my mum with some gardening stuff, and in turn she's looking after the kids while they help her in the garden. And so I offered to come up because I can't help with the gardening, but I can help look after the kids. So that was a way I could help as well. And their mum isn't looking after 2 under 5-year-olds by herself. So we can each kind of take one of the kids. We'll see how we go. So yeah, I don't know how this weekend's looking, but yeah. Because I was kind of thinking if I go up on Saturday, it was like, oh, I should just stay the night at my mum's then. But then I need to be back home for Sunday for stream. I don't think mum's internet would handle me streaming, unfortunately. She doesn't have the best internet, so yeah. I could probably do like a much lower res stream maybe. I don't know. But also then I have to pull apart my entire setup to take it up to mum's. And it's just like, oh, I don't want to bother with all that. So we'll have to come home on Saturday so we can stream on Sunday before heading back up to mum's on Sunday afternoon. I went crazy at Officeworks yesterday. Is that all the Poscas that I saw online? And all the pens? I saw fine liners too. I am loving the fine liners at the moment. Oh, I think our heat pack is charged. And, yep, nice and warm. Yes, all that. Nice. Sometimes it's good to have a little treat to yourself, though. And also, it's all very useful stuff. So, I can see you using all that. Here we go. Nice, warm, freshly hot heat back. Back into the back. Back into the back. Heat back. Oh, it's so cold today. Yeah, we're playing around with a new product as well. We're playing around with some pencils that I was sent as Happy Mail by a very lovely person. So it's been really fun to play around with some new supplies. So we're just trialing out how they, if you can layer them. And a second coat of these has really built up the pigment. Like, I feel like I could still go over the top with more layers if I wanted to, which is quite nice. It's just a little 12 set, but it's actually working quite well. Right, switch to the bigger brush. Now we've got all the little areas done. Start blending our two colours together so we get a smooth gradient. Because I think you also got some connector pens from memory too, didn't you? Which we know I also like my felt tips. Yeah, I do have to probably Thursday next week, although I think I'm meant to be going up to mum's again on Thursday so that we can go to the supermarket and I can help her with a big grocery shop. I do have to go out at some point and get some more stuff printed because I still want to get all those Sylvanian family pages and the Calico Critter pages printed and then turned into a little colouring book, even though it's not an official colouring book, it's just 3 pages. But I think that would just be a really cutesy little colouring book, and I'll just find some sort of image to make a title. Yeah, plus some pencilers, I like using them in backgrounds in my simple books, as in when you put the shavings on the page and spread around with a tissue. It's a really fun technique, that actually, and it's a really good way to fill in those background spaces. I've done that before because I don't like chalk pastels, but it kind of gives you that chalk pastel look without being gritty chalk pastels. So I really don't like chalk pastels. It's just a texture thing for me. You can also, as well as shaving them down, you can also use sandpaper, because the sandpaper will grind it down too. So you can just like grind it on a sandpaper, tip that onto your page, and then use the tissue, and you get a really fine grind as well. let's do the light blue. Are we in frame? Yes, that's right. I did zoom us out today because I knew I'd be bouncing around a little bit on this one. Because the details are so fine. Actually, that's not a bad for the idea for the princess colouring page I did last month where I was umming and ahhing about a background and then I just didn't do a background. I could actually grind down some blue pencils and then just smudge that and that would give us a background. Though I'd have to be careful around because it would overtake the alcohol. But it's not a bad idea. Forgot about that. We'll see if we get to it.
Hello Amy and Chad, I hope you are well. The page is looking amazing. Ice mermaid, ice mermaid, ice mermaid, ice mermaid, ice mermaid.
Hey bud. Lovely to see you again. We're in for a 60 pack because that will last years. I'm almost done with 24 set. Yeah, I have a 60 pack of them as well. It's quite handy. That is like a little portable set that I can easily take up to like my mum's if I know I'm going to be colouring with my niece and nephew. And I don't care if those pencils get a bit destroyed. So, yeah. Good old Faber-Castell classic colour. But yes, hello Fud. How are you, lovely? Welcome in. Yes, we are working on an ice mermaid today. We're playing around with a new set of pencils that I got gifted by a lovely viewer. They gifted us the Caran d'Ache Farm colour, just a 12 set, but it's got a good little range of colours. And then I also got gifted these metallic pencils, so we did a quick swatch of them. I also got gifted Deco Art glitter paint pens, which, oh, these are pretty. And then also some of the water-soluble graphite pencils. So they're going to be fun to play with. I kind of want to like draw something and paint it in watercolour, just so I can really test those ones out to their full capabilities. But yeah, I figured since we have to put the Mythographic page on hold until my inks arrive, I put up the little poll asking, you know, what page should we work on? And this one won, so I was like, well, let's try out the new pencils. Because why not? We were gifted them so lovingly, so let's try them out. And I'm really enjoying how they melt together. Like, we've had to put down a second layer of pigment because, like, they are technically advertised as their kids range. I'd put them more at student quality. But the meltiness of them, so good. So good. Like, oh, that's what's impressing me, is how easily they're melting together. Pigment can be built up. Meltiness, though, that's important. So yeah, we're just sort of basing the background and playing around. I love them paint pens. Yeah, my mum had some, so I've seen them before, and it's been something that I've wanted to buy for myself for a long time. I just haven't had the ability to, or the funds to, because there's always so much to get. So it's been one of those like, oh, that'd be really fun to try, but hasn't been a thing to get. And so when they were in the package, I was like, oh my god. So when I messaged the person that gifted them to me, I was like, oh my god, you, like, everything is just, like, I hadn't heard of these pencils, but I was so excited to try something by Caran d'Ache, because I don't have anything by Caran d'Ache. So I was like, yay. And then I was like, glitter. And then I had actually been looking at these and also their pastel set as well, because they do a pastel set. And like, for a metallic pencil, often when you get metallic pencils, they're quite scratchy. And they're not that scratchy. They've actually got a bit of softness to them. They're not the most shimmery thing in the world. Like, some metallic stuff that I use is very, like, whoa, metallic and shimmer and stuff. So they're not the most shimmery, but they're not scratchy, which is important. So yeah, we're also going to play with those on the page when we get there. as I said, we're just kind of working on this background at the moment and just building up pencils and seeing what we can do with the page. Yeah. Yeah, they are. I did test them because I had to. It's me. I just tested them on this random piece of paper here. So these are the paint pens here, so you can see a bit of the glitter in there. It's got like a really fine shimmery glitter, and they are opaque paint pens, so I think they'll be fun. And of course it comes in a blue and a purple, and that will work quite well for this page. Even the green would work on this page, I reckon. So we'll probably play a little bit more. I know, we're just going to play. It's probably going to be not until Friday next week when I have the ink and can stream the next part of the Mythomorphia page. So it's like, well, we've got time to just work on this page for a while I wait for inks to turn up, because the shipping date for the ink has now been updated to Tuesday, which means it will get here on Wednesday, but it means it won't be here for Tuesday's stream, which I was hoping it would actually dispatch yesterday, so it would be here for today and Sunday, but I figured it would be more likely to dispatch on Monday, but they've just updated it to say it'll actually dispatch on Tuesday. So yeah, so that means we won't have it until Friday next week stream, but we'll manage. It's not like I haven't got 1,000,000,001 other things to colour in. Especially because I just added another one to the pile for this month this morning. But it's a really cool Merm, and it's in a book I hadn't touched, and I didn't realise there was a Merm in it because I missed it. I don't even think I flicked the book, because I really wasn't expecting a Merm to be in this book. And then I was watching Yellow Beans earlier this morning, who rated us, and she was working on this spread. I was like, oh my god, there's one in the Beauty of Horror. And yeah, she's working on a Merm's page in here, which is this one here, Zombie Merms. So I thought that could be cool for something different. So yeah, that one's now on the list of things I also want to colour in this month. Because the pile wasn't already ridiculous. Paint pens are so good. They really are. I went crazy with Posca being a lot of blue backgrounds, so grabbed in different sizes. Yeah. Poscas are really good. I really do like the paint pens. I know a lot of people really love the Thule ones. I haven't been able... I keep watching Amazon Australia to see if they'll get the pastel set back in stock. And then I have to wait till I have the funds, but they haven't had that one in stock for a while. But the Thule pastel paint pens are meant to be a really good addition. But, you know, the Poscas, they do work. And between the 1M and the 1MRs, I can kind of get a range of colours in a very fine tip. I do love the Ivory Posca. The Ivory Posca's quickly become a fave of mine, because it's good in those situations where you want to do a white highlight, but white is going to be too white. So having that little off-white of the Ivory, so perfect. Okay, that's not bad. I like that. I like that. Alright. Ooh, now we swap our plugs back over, since we've finished heating up the heat pack, and we plug back in the hairdryer, and we're just going to give this a good blast. So I am going to put you all on mute for a moment while I blast this with a hairdryer so your eardrums aren't blowing out. Okie dokie. Alright, it might be time to make another coffee. How's a cup of tea going? Cold, but almost done. I'll be starting our buddy for next month this month, or it won't be done. Of course that's okay. And hey, if you get inspired and you end up finishing it this month, that's all good too. I'm sure that there's more and more things that we can look at buddying on in the future as well. This month is all mermaid, and you already know my pile for this month. It is ridiculous. So, yeah, this month, definitely chocker. Next month, as I said, just remind me towards the end of the month. But yeah, I'll make sure that I've got it written down, I'm sure. I haven't decided on a theme for next month yet, so I'm probably going to look at like focusing on existing whips and just finishing off things that are already in progress. I think will be the goal for next month, because I would like to get that list down, especially because there's a sneaking suspicion, like I've been working like crazy this month on colouring pages, right? I've done a lot of colouring this month. But at the same time, so this is my list so far, which you probably can't read because my writing's atrocious, but I don't make this to share. I make this for me to keep track of stuff. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pages done already this month with a 10th. So that's crazy. That's more than a page a day so far. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages that are currently in some form of progress as well. So, but like, this is a Mythomorphia page. The Vertical Worlds page is nearly done. That one I've got to figure out. This is just a Disney stained glass page. So that's just whenever I feel like it with markers and just... That one I literally started last night. This is a new one. This one is nearly done. This one is nearly done. So, but I have a sneaking suspicion that I might end up with some work in progress pages after this month. I would hope not, because the goal is to get the list down, and because I didn't even touch any last month, and I've only got one scheduled to touch this month, I think next month it might be quite nice to do a month where I focus on existing whips, and just try and get that list down, because I really would like to knock out that list. Just have no work in progress pages, or at least single figures, you know? Because like, I'm not someone that needs to have a theme each month, but it is quite nice to sort of have a theme or a goal that I'm working towards and be like, this. So, and I have a Cindy that I'm doing the buddy colour with in Mythomorphia. We talked about actually working through a page each month for Mythomorphia to help get through that book, because Cindy wants to do more in that book and has already done a little bit in that book, but as you all know, I've done a lot in that book, and I would like to get it finished, and it is on the verge of finishing. So yeah, I've got my rainbow unicorn that I want to finish this month, as well as the buddy in it. And then the other whip that I have in there, I'm going to propose as our first buddy for it for next month. But I don't know if Cindy has done that page yet. But if Cindy has done that page, then she's going to work on a page that I've already done. And then we'll work on pages together that we both haven't done. But there might be months where there's something that I've done that she hasn't done, or she's done it and I haven't done it. So, yeah. But the goal is to try and get through those last few pages in Mythomorphia, because it is so close to being done. Got about 30 pages left, and that's including like double-sided pages is 2 pages. So if I get the rainbow unicorn and the hippocampus and leocampus done, that's 4 more pages done. So I'll leave 26. And like, they're not all double-sided pages, but if they are, that's actually only 13 spreads essentially. It is very close to being done. My focus is my buddies this and next month. I have a few more detailed pages. Yeah. That's always good if you know that you've got a busy detailed month coming up as well. And also with me, like, if we do a buddy and it just so happens you don't complete it in a month, that's okay. Sometimes things happen. Sometimes I don't complete buddies in a month. I try to. But, you know, if things happen, you just don't complete it in the month, and that's okay. The only reason I kind of stick to the monthly guideline, like a lot of people, is because of the fact I do the YouTubes and I have the wrap-up videos and stuff like that. So it's just easier to go month to month. So it's like, cool. And we just work on the month. But yeah, if stuff happens and you just don't complete the page in the month, you don't complete the page in the month. It's not the end of the world. It's a buddy. It's like, it'll take as long as it takes. Sometimes things just take a little longer. Okay, Alessandra Fusi, I love your line work, but dear God, this is some very fine line work for a book this size. I would love to work at this at double size. It's okay. We're just going to kind of figure it out. I don't think I've coloured any Alessandra Fusi. I think this is my first one that isn't in the Mythographic range. I think it's my first one that isn't a Joseph Kettenbang or Fabiana Atanasio. I'm pretty sure every other one I have. No, I have the Waronka. Oh God, what's her last name? It's one of the newest ones that came out. The Crystal Kingdom one. They're one of the newer artists to the range show. Especially having that project book from next month. Yeah. And yeah, I've got my own project book too. I'm trying my best to not do another page in there because I've done 5 pages in there already, but I'm really enjoying my little project book as well. Project books are fun. They really are fun. And I know what I want to do for the next page in my project book, and I'm just like, oh, I want to do it, but I also want to do an Aliens Worlds page. I've still got my Mythic World page to do. I've still got this one to do. I've got another Mythographic page I want to do. Like, there's still quite a few detailed pages to do this month. A lot of the pages that I've done, like I've done some detailed pages, but I've also done a lot of simpler pages. But that was the mood I was in, so. But yeah, it's also time to start buckling down with some of the more detailed ones. I've just been having so much fun colouring this month and just doing so much colouring though. Like, if I keep this pace up, this may be one of my biggest ever colouring months. It doesn't have to be though. I'm not going to push myself just to be like, I did this month this much. You know, like I'd rather produce things that I'm proud of rather than things for the numbers. But I am aware that, like, if it keeps going like this is going to be one of the most productive colouring months I've ever had. Which is kind of cool. But it's not necessarily the point. But it is cool. Alright, so now things get really, really fiddly. And I'm actually thinking it may be better just to colour over some of these gems. You know what? For this headdress with all these little gems, which I just realised I'm still really zoomed out. So we've got a headdress here with a ton of tiny little detail on it. Like, really, really tiny. I have a bunch of, like, stick-on diamantes and stuff like that. I think that would be really fun to pull out to do all over a headdress. For all these little gems. Rather than colouring it in, I think we're going to pull out the crystals. Because this is a lot of fiddly crystal work. And that is some tiny, tiny shading that's really not going to read that small. But sticking on diamantes will read, and that will be fun. So I think we're going to do that. Because why not? Why not, you know? And then I can just colour over all the gems too, because I'm lazy. Mine's a group project book, but we all know how it's going to work. Just need to add everything to my app and screen record the spin. Nice! That's cool. There's something really exciting about working with a group as well. For for the project book, like Alien Worlds. Oh my god, I love our little group for Alien Worlds. Having so much fun with Alien Worlds. I cannot wait to do another page in it. Like, I said to myself, I pulled it out because I knew I wanted to do another one, but I said to myself, you need to get through your pile first. Like, this is your reward once you've done all your mermaid ones. Anything that's already in a book that I've already worked in, not as much of a high priority. But any of the new books that I pulled, you get through those books. And once you've done those books, then you can pull out Alien Worlds. So that's also helping me get through stuff, because it's like Alien Worlds, Alien Worlds, Alien Worlds, Alien Worlds. I want to get onto Alien Worlds. I feel like your head's a bit flat, like this hair should carry on up here. Oh well. Alright, I don't know if there's hair back there that we see, but we're just going to colour over it and pretend there is, because I'd rather base it and then just stick a gem on, then have areas I haven't put colour down in. Chai! A high 10 for 10 months! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for subscribing, lovely. Welcome back to the G Squad. Enjoy your room at the retirement village. Enjoy your cozy blankets, your cups of tea, your ad previewing, your emotes. How are you going, lovely? How's all the playwriting going? Thank you for also shouting out Chai. Chai is a wonderful Kiwi streamer here, taking a little bit of a break from streaming, which we fully encourage because they are exploring some other passions at the moment, and we love to hear it. Perfection for your question about before, yes, it will make it bumpy. However, as long as I put a thick enough piece of card, like something like this, if I put 2 pieces of this down when I'm working in front of it, that will stop it coming through, because these are quite small diamantes. They're not really chunky ones, but there is a little bit of texture. But it would be the same thing if I used glitter. If I put glitter on a page and then I work on the page in front of it, the pencil will pick up the glitter through the page. So usually I just chuck some protection pages in between, which I do anyway because the pressure of working on a page that's coloured underneath will cause that pencil to pick up on the backside. And that'll stop most of the texture coming through. It's workable. Plus, in the case of this one, this is a mythographic. I can technically pull the pages out. So if I had to, I could just take this whole page out because it is perforated. Take it out to colour in and then just put it back in place as well. The playwriting is going great. Love getting back into writing. That's my thesis, academia for once. Heck yeah! Doing things that make you happy and exploring new things is fantastic. It really is. Nah, these are tiny, tiny little ones, perfection. They're for nail art. I've had them for a long time, but I've used them before on colouring pages as little stick-on diamantes because they're so tiny that they work really well. And I have to pull them out anyway because I have another page that I've been working on that I want to stick a little crystal on as well. So I have to pull them out for that page. So it's like, while I'm there, well, we might as well, you know? But that'll be like the last step because I'll have to use some Mod Podge to stick them down. And once we've stuck Mod Podge down, we ain't reactivating the page. We ain't working on top with pencils anyway. Getting into playwriting is honestly so cool. I'm glad it's going well and helps you to enjoy creative writing again. Heck yeah. Discovered that I want to do a kind of edutainment with aim for more for sizing science things like continental drift or solar systems for an adult audience rather than just aimed at the kids. That sounds very intellectual but very cool, Chai. I also found I enjoy writing very short 10-minute plays that are historical and going back to refine a musical I wrote based on the Isis and Orias myth. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. Oh, that's really cool to hear, Chai. I'm so glad you're finding your passion for it. I was lucky enough to watch a recording of Ruby's musical that she wrote when they did they put it on as like a tester thing, so it wasn't a full stage production. It was just 5 of them sitting around a table reading and singing the score. It was so cool to watch. It's like, damn, I know some cool people. It's so cool. I can't imagine sitting down and writing all that, but freaking cool. I hope it goes well and that you get to explore opportunities with it and you find your passion, and then it just takes off, and then suddenly you become a famous playwright, and it's like awesomeness. Okie dokie, I'm back until CR starts, and I'll be leaving you again. All good, Smolt? Welcome back. Welcome back. We did the second layer on the background. It built up the pigment a bit more. It still feels like it would take another layer, but I'm just moving on to the hair and just playing around with some of the hair. And we did decide, because there's a ton of tiny little gems up here, so I'm going to pull out little nail art gems that I have and also add that into the crown. But that'll be a later on thing, because that sounds like fun to me. Just in time for the cold weather and the rain. It's so cold today. So cold. This is why we've got like beanie and completely rugged up. You must be freezing down there, Chai. I read it's one of the coldest Mays on record down there. Oh yeah, Ruby wrote that musical. What was it about again? It was about the end of the world. That's kind of the only way I can put it. And it's just so good. It's like the interactions of people at the end of the world. And it's very open-ended, and it was quite interesting discussing with her, because she's like, one of the challenges she had was, how do you write a musical that ends in a way that still feels hopeful and positive when it's the end of the world? And it's very open-ended, like, do they all die? Do they manage to survive? It's really good. Yeah, I might have to write it under Chai Latte Nebula. You just call it like a Spicy Nebula Productions or something like that. It's all good. You can have a production name. The second layer is looking pretty good. Thank you so much. Yeah, radiating joy. Fully agree. Reading how passionate you've been about it and how much you're enjoying it. So good to see, Chai. That's exactly what we love. Do what gives you joy. Do what inspires you. Do what makes you happy. Yep, can confirm. Cold, cold, cold. Yeah. I was trying to be a good girl and not take up power, because I knew we were in a power situation, so I didn't have my heater on, but I am wearing 2 pairs of pants, multiple pairs of socks, a beanie, blanket hoodie, blanket on my lap, hot water pack up my back. Like, we're rugged up. We're also like, heater. But yeah, at least I haven't got snow, unlike some areas. Heck yeah, take it, take it. I like Spicy Nebula. I was just thinking about Chai, because you could do like Chai Nebula Productions, but then I was like, nah, because a chai latte is spicy, and then it's also a double entendre. Take it. I'm more than happy, because that would be very cool. Spicy Nebula Productions is fun. Oh man, end of the world stories just make me hear Brendan Lee Mulligan. Why do we tell stories? Yep. Oh. I need to watch a bunch more Dimension 20. I just need to watch... I'm so behind in Critical Role as well. It is on my list to do. I have actually pulled it up. I've decided... I wasn't sure if I was going to start with... Oh god. Sorry, I'm having like that brain chunkiness. I keep wanting to call it candelabra. It's not candelabra. I wasn't sure if I was going to start with the side production or just start... Yeah, Candela Obscura. Thank you. Yeah, it is from EXU anyway. But it does make me want to watch Dimension 20. because Dimension 20 is also good. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to start with that or just restart season 3 again. Yeah. I don't know. Feels like if I start with like these less of Obscura, so it would be easier to catch up on. I know, I just need to catch up. I also have not forgotten about Candlekeep, and I will be probably putting a message in the Discord this weekend about it. I have noted that 2 of our players have left the Discord, and that's quite alright. We will just carry on with the players that are there. Yeah, I'm just deciding if I want to do bi-weekly or monthly. It's probably, I might just start with a monthly just to get us back into the swing and just see if we can get everyone together. Brain is frozen from the cold. You know it. Oh, Chai's redeemed to hydrate. Everybody hydrate. I am actually very hydrated today because I've just about finished my water. So that's a litre of water. I've had multiple cups of hot coffee. This is my tea. I don't know why I picked this up as my coffee. This is my tea, and then this is my coffee. Then I also had an energy drink, and I have my jug next to me, so I keep making cups of tea and coffee. Hydrating and taking meds, love it. In fact, I think I'm going to put the jug on and make another cup of tea. Because there's just a little bit of dregs left in that teacup and it's very cold. So I think it's time for another cup of tea. And then I can just chuck a little bit of hot water into the coffee. And just warm up that cup again. Even though at this stage it's a very watered down coffee, but it'll do the job. Right, now what I want to experiment with is I'm actually going to use a little bit of black. Because this is a cooler black. And I'm going to use this just to darken up a bit of the blue. Not a lot, but I do want to just experiment with blending some of this in certain areas. Because why not? We're experimenting with our new set of pencils, so we're just going to try. See how it blends. CO is all standalone stories of a chapter having 3 episodes each. You can watch them in any order. Chapter 2 is your favourite. Chapter 3 and 4 I think are tie for me. But then we have some back at the table and I'm excited to see them return. Okay, so if that means basically there's about 12 episodes, so that would be a hell of a lot easier to catch up on. I might do that because then that'll like get me back into the CR mood and be like, oh yeah, nah, I need more CR. And then I can start on watching the EXUs. And then going into CR3. It's just because also in a couple of months I get the Critical Role colouring book as well, the 3rd one. So it's like I kind of want to be at least caught up with the characters a little bit so I actually know when they're referencing stuff in the colouring book, what they're talking about. I have of course seen some spoilers because I follow so much CR stuff that I'm going to get spoilers. But it'd be nice to have the context of the stories. Plus, I miss our Discord live chats when we were hanging out and watching CR. Also, starting back again at a couple of dance classes too, and I'm feeling way out of practice, but I'm sure I'll catch up again soon. Bollywood and jazz. Nice. Nice. Right, don't hit the camera as we open the tea box. These are all my fruit teas. Not that you can see the whole thing because of the camera. There's also a couple of random English breakfasts in there. A couple of peppermints, but I don't really drink peppermint. I mostly drink fruit, so it's mostly fruit teas. Yeah, I did see an episode 91 spoiler. Yeah, I'm aware. I was very gutted to see that spoiler. Because I was like, damn it, that's the sort of thing I'd want to not have spoiled. But it was spoiled. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Earl Grey, but I have it in there. It's like a free sample that I was given, so it just lives in there. Because sometimes people might want an Earl Grey. I also have a vanilla chai. But I'm drinking the fruit teas today. So we've got pomegranate, blood orange, peach and pineapple, plum and boysenberry, mango strawberry, strawberry, raspberry and loganberry, blackcurrant and blueberry, super fruits, and then the peppermint. And then these ones are designed to be added to cold water. So sometimes I add these to my water bottle if I just want to have like water but with a bit of flavour. They work in cold water. So, but they just live in my tea box because it's easier. Do you have any... so you can deliver some of the tea straight to Dunedin? Oh, a keto and organizer would be so good. Honestly, like, smartest move I ever did. Bringing my jug over here, bringing the tea box over here. I also brought my coffee over here, and I have a little bowl that I've been putting the tea bags into. Best thing to do today. Yeah. I did see we saw a berry one. I usually grab two because I like a really strong cup of fruit tea, and I like to merge flavors. In fact, one of my favorite combos is superfruit and blood orange. I love this combo, so I think we might do that. Good berry tea with a bit of blood orange. Oh my gosh, Rivy! Rivy, welcome to the G Squad. Look, I'm making everyone a cup of tea right now, so perfect timing. Welcome back to the G Squad. Thank you so much for your sub as well. I missed 3 months. Feeling fly like the G Squad? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Also, thank you for the shout out to Vi. We do adore Vi here. I saw the other day as well, which is the next, because I like to have a lot of fruit tea. Because if you do a double tea bag, you go for a lot of fruit tea. Again, I do very strong cups of tea. But I think it's Puka, the same people that made the vanilla chai. They do a nighttime berry tea, and it looks like it's got the exact same berry flavoring in one of my favorite teas, which is a loose leaf. My favorite tea is by Teetotal, and it's peach berry crumble, and it's literally a loose leaf tea. It's not even tea. It doesn't have any tea in it. It's literally just dried fruits. And it's got like dried peach and dried cranberry and elderberry and raspberry and just all the berries, and it is gorgeous. It is so good, warm or cold. I often make it up in summer in a big jug and just drink it as a cold fruit tea. So yummy. I'll get the Rivian one in a minute. Thank you so much, Fid. Yeah. Won't be here long, about to get nom noms, but I saw you live and had to come and say hi. I love it here. I appreciate you being here as well. We're just stopping to make a cup of tea because it's freezing cold. We've been working on an ice merm. I also just dumped a little bit of hot water into my coffee so that my coffee would reheat up. And we'll give that cup of tea a while to brew. I do need to grab some more tea because we're heading into winter where I drink a lot of tea. But yeah, I'm thinking I might just leave my jug over here, to be perfectly honest, because it's so much easier than getting up all the time to make a cup of tea at the bench. It's like the tea's in a box, it's easy to bring over here. The loose leaf would be a little bit more difficult to do over here. One of these days, I actually want to get my proper, I have an actual like proper tea pot and beautiful china set. It's up at Mum's. We actually got it for my wedding. I'm no longer married. But it lives in the cupboards up at Mum's, and I've always meant to get that set and bring it back here so I have a proper teapot, because you can do a big pot of loose leaf tea. And then you can get like a little candle warmer that it sits on, and so you just light a little tea light candle underneath it, and it keeps the tea at just like perfectly warm in this teapot. So yeah. I'm still working on the same page of my Mythomorphia, just working on the blue background today, hoping to complete it. Fingers crossed! Let's hope you get there, perfection, but again, it'll take as long as it takes. I mean, gosh, what? We've been going nearly 4 hours. We've gotten a little bit of background done, a little bit of hair done. But I'm having fun. It's all good. It'll take as long as it takes. And we've been experimenting and learning with new pencils. And yes, sorry, I did see all the stuff about the tea box. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous tea box. Fully recommend. I got this, surprise, surprise, off Mighty Ape. But it is a really nice little wooden box, and it's got little magnets here, so it does have like a little seal, especially when you push down these giant tea bags. One of these is bigger than our teas come in like a box of 20 usually, so one of these will just hold a box of 20. I usually put in about 10 because sometimes I have 2 flavors in one section, and then I'll put the rest in the box in the cupboard and then just refill. So I refilled it this morning and I was like, damn, I'm out of all my teas in the cupboard. So it might be time to get some more teas. Again, I mostly just, if I'm drinking tea, it's fruit tea. I guarantee it's fruit tea because that is what I go for in tea. I love my fruit teas. Sorry, wow, you're really loose. You're meant to be tight. Apologies for the shaky cam. Alright. Been working on the page for a month now. Still good. I mean, technically I have pages that I've been working on for years because of whips, but I think the longest I spent dedicated on a page, like solely just working on that page, was a month and a half, maybe 2 months. However long the Konako Agusa page took us, the Law of Murphy's Law page. That was so fun. That was a bang. So yeah, as I said, I'm going to pull out nail gems for all these tiny little gems. And that way I don't have to, colour in those little tiny dots, but it will add in that sparkle as well that I think will be really fun. Alright, let's see what this looks like when we activate it. We might need to do a second coat on these as well. But I will also be coming in with polys to like really add in the hair texture. Again, this part is really just about basing. So I don't have to colour every single ripple in the paper tooth. There's so many tiny details on this page. Like, this book is so tiny in terms of details. But I do love this page. Like, there is an actual mermaid page in this book, which, yes, for mermaid is the one I should be working on. But this one, it just called out to me. I was like, ice Merm. Now, do we do her skin light blue or purple, or should we bring in some of the green? I think we talked about doing it purple to begin with. We could also do grey. We definitely want to keep in the cooler tones though. Speaking of wrapping up warm, just pulled the duvet off my bed behind me and dragged it over me while I sit at my computer. I'm so cozy. That is a vibe. That is the vibe to be. Yeah, I'm calling it a blankie. I've technically got my crochet jacket on my lap, but it works as a blankie as well, because it essentially is a blankie I wear. What I used to wear all the time before I got blanket hoodies. Yeah. We all know I love my blanket hoodies. I do want to get some more full length ones though, because my legs are often cold. Like, I've got 2 pairs of pants and a blanket on my lap. My legs are still cold. I think that's actually meant to be jewellery, not hair, that I've just coloured in there. Oh well. I think we're going to be pulling out paint pens for a lot of these little details as well. We also have a bunch of little bows and stars on her face. We have a bunch of new glitter pens to test, so, you know, we'll try those out too. Light blue skin, bring in the blue and purple for a blush, bronzer, and contour. Ooh, good idea. And that'll really pop and really make her look like the water as well. Because we were also talking about bringing in that metallic pink and purple as a little bit of the blush and the contour as well. How the hell is it another ad break? It cannot have been an hour. How the actual hell has it been an hour? I swear to God, I just had an ad break. Smalt does have good ideas. That's why one of the rules here is in Smalt we trust. It's literally, I think it's number 5. If you do exclamation quote 5, I'm sure it's number 5. It's literally one of the rules here. Smalt has never led me astray. So if Smalt suggests a colour, we go with the colour. You might need a space after quote, hun. No, that is the quote that I need to remove. Because it was there. Let's just pull up random quotes. I can find it. Now it's not going to bring them up because I'm doing it too fast. Oh, let me go to my quotes. I should remove quote number 5. I forgot about quote number 6. Quote number 10. In Smalt we trust. It's a multiple of 5. And we are in ads. So sorry, I forgot to do my little thing because I got distracted by quotes. But yes, hopefully you all know the deal by now. We'll do a stand up and wiggle. There we go. Quote 10. And while I remember, I'm just going to remove quote 5 because we don't need quote 5. Because we actually have I've sorted out the focus situation now. I ended up getting Twitch Turbo, so what's that again? Well done, perfection. It's not a bad idea, actually, if you watch a lot of Twitch. I like a lot of our quotes. Oh, yeah, the very first quote. The only non-hopeful quote. Yeah, that was from the charity stream. I really love quote 6. Yeah, it is cheaper. And also, when you are using Turbo, we still get ad revenue. So you're still supporting the streamers that you like. You're not giving them a direct sub, but you are still giving them a few cents from ad revenue because we get Turbo ad revenue, which is the ads you would have got except your Turbo. You were spared? Heck yeah, love that. I would love for everyone not to get ads, which is why I did debate leaving the program. But I really like the emotes and stuff. Also, I just realized because I deleted quote 5, I think it's renumbered some of them. Yeah, it has. So now quote Smalt, you're now quote 9. Also, this feels like an appropriate quote for today from Chai. So now quote 5 is the quote that I was thinking of. That is from us doing the Murphy's Law page. Yeah, so now it's quote 9 for In Smalt We Trust. Because I deleted quote 5, so it renumbered everything. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for those of you that went to Adland. So yeah, quote 9 is now our smalt quote. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of leaving affiliate. I did leave the YouTube partnership program. There's a couple of things going on, and part of the issue was I don't do this for the monetization. I don't do this to earn money. I don't like it. The money that I do earn, which is minimal, is put back into stream costs. So it just covers art supplies, it covers tech upgrades, it helps pay my internet bill. But part of the joy is gone when I think about the monetization, and I don't like having to put on ad breaks. I don't like all those bits and pieces. So I did debate leaving the program, but if you leave the program, you lose emotes and you lose channel points, and I love the integration of those, and I love the way that you can use those on the channel, and it's what I want to get set up on YouTube in a way. There are stuff I can do with the bots, which would allow you to do it even if you're not a sub, which is kind of what I would lean towards, but we would still lose emotes, and I really love emotes. So yeah, there was some thinking going on about it. Even though if I leave the program, we'd still be doing hourly breaks because I need that for my physical health. So we'd still have our 3-minute breaks. You just wouldn't get stung with ads. So yeah, I did have some thinking about it. I did choose to shut down Patreon, leave YouTube, because I decided, not leave YouTube, but stop the YouTube monetization. Because that was starting to get to me as well, feeling like I needed to make content just for the monetization. It's a pressure I'm putting purely on myself. So those two, I was like, nah, we're just going to leave all those. But the Twitch one, because of those integrations, was an and an ah. So I've left it for now. Honestly, if it gets too much, I will just leave the program, because at the end of the day, we have to do what's good for us. And it's not a pressure anyone else is putting on me, but it is a pressure I'm putting on myself. So yeah. Yeah. Smalt, all good. Enjoy Critical Role. I hope to catch up with you soon, lovely, and be able to watch. When you aren't taking mental health breaks, you spend a lot of time on the internet. Let us support you how we can. It's not an exact exchange, it's something. Yeah. All good, perfection. Enjoy your lurk too. And I see a hydrate. I'm almost out of water, so I'm going to hydrate with tea. And I see a stretch. I do appreciate that, and I do understand wanting to give back, really. And like, I never expect it. I never want to ask for it. A lot of times, like, this is why I don't run like subathons or anything like that, because again, this is not why I like to stream. Yeah, there's some other stuff that factors into it, and those people who know me outside of stream know how much I struggle with financially situations. Like, Samsara is a beautiful example of this. Samsara no longer asks if she can give me stuff. She'll just message me and tell me that she's done something naughty, and then she tells me what she's done. Because she knows if she asks me, I'm going to say no. I have a very hard time accepting it. I am blown away by it, but if you ask me, I'm going to tell you no, because I can't. And I know it comes from a lovely place, and I know that you're doing it to say thank you, to bless me, to show your appreciation. I understand that, but I also understand, as somebody who does financially struggle on a benefit, how much financial things can be difficult. So I love it. I appreciate it. It's a wonderful notion, but I will never ever. It's a thing I'm trying to get better at, but I do really struggle to accept gifts. I'm trying to get better at it, but it will be one of those things. So like when the laptop blew up, the people that helped me with the laptop did that in the background, and then Samsara told me, because they knew if they came to me about it, I would say no, even though I was struggling and panicking. And instead it was just Samsara saying, hey, we've got your laptop sorted. And that's why I broke down and cried, because it was beautiful. It was wonderful. It was a huge relief, but also, yeah. Get loved, nerd. Yeah, no, I'm aware it's just one of those things for me. It is something I struggle with. But the ridiculous thing is, I love giving gifts. I love gifting people where I can. And I love making gifts for people because I understand it. Like, it's one of those things of, I talk about how you should treat yourself with the kindness that you treat others with. And this is one of the things that I have to work on because, like, I'm not going to begrudge giving anyone a gift. I love giving gifts. It's just like, it's that same thing, but it is a mental block that I have to work through. And I'm trying to be better about it. I will always be grateful for it. Like, when this gift turned up, again, I wasn't contacted about this gift. It just turned up, and it turned up under not this person's username. So I had to sit there for like an hour going, who the frick is this person? And why are they sending me gifts? And then I clicked who it was, and it was very wonderful, very, very appreciative. Sammy is gorgeous, and I always appreciate, like, you know, when she messaged me, she's like, by the way, I've brought you Baldur's Gate. It's like, fucking hell, Sammy, I love you. Thank you. Fucking hell. Yeah. So it's something that I'm trying to get better about because I understand where it comes from. But it's also something that I know I personally struggle with. But it doesn't mean it's not appreciative, but also, if you come to me and be like, I'd like to give you this, I'm going to be like, no, it's okay. And please don't be offended. It's just me struggling to accept that people are lovely and kind and generous, and people are awesome, and yeah. Help practice noted. No, that's not the point. Oh god, alright, let's move on, because I feel like I'm just going to dig a bigger grave for myself the more we talk about this. Okay. Well, we've got a base layer down on the hair. The hair is still damp. Yeah. Oh! Unleash the robot. Oh my god, where is the robot? There's the robot. Is the robot charged? Okay, cool. The robot is charged. That's good to know. Thank you, Chai. So for those who have not met our robot before, this is the robot. This is an electronic back massager. And the reason why we call it Unleash the Robot, let me just move my heat back to the front. I already tried. Amazon wouldn't let me. See, you're the second person that said that Amazon wouldn't work for them. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll just get rid of the wish list anyway. I feel weird having a wish list. The reason why we have this is because then I start talking like a robot when I start using it. So enjoy Robot Amy for a while. Please don't adjust your sound system. This is not a drill. The robots are attacking. Uprise, uprise, exterminate, exterminate. It's fun. It's also really good on my back. Though my back's feeling so good today because there's a heat pack up there all the time because it's working as a hottie. But thank you for the robot, Chai. I hope you're enjoying the robot sounds. And while we are doing the robot, let's figure out what we're doing for this Merm buddy. So we're going to be doing the whole thing in light blue, but we're going to use dark blue and purple for makeup and contour. So we'll just start with some light blue. Oh, we got so many more gemstones in there too. Oh, moving. Back in place, please. We're just going to colour over this whole thing because I get the feeling I'm going to be doing all this fine detail in paint pens. Although we do have metallic pens, metallic pencils to play with. I don't know. We'll just base it first because there's so many little gaps. Oh! Slight problem. That's as much robot as we get today. Note to self, charge the robot. Right, let me just go into manage rewards. Edit. And we'll just turn off the robot for Jay since the battery has now died. But thank you for that, Jay. Oi. And Stream Manager. Oh, we got a new quote. Note to self, charge the robot. Can confirm Amazon gift shop works. What did you do, Samsara? I don't know. I don't get told these things. I'm just gonna get a mystery. Sammy, I love you. You're in trouble. Thank you. Ugh. Get loved. Get loved with aggression. Oh. Aggressive love. Ooh. Oh wait, no, there's a G in there, so it's go, Samsara. Sammy, you're too generous. Sammy is very generous and very loving, and I adore her. She's gonna be in trouble because she's already done a lot. She's naughty. But I appreciate you. But you're naughty. As your mod, I need to check out that your tech was working. You did not need to. It did not need to occur. It would have been fine. Only made it because you told me to. And I felt weird doing it. I wonder if it's perhaps some items can't be shipped to New Zealand. That is my suspicion, although everything I put on the list at the time said it was shippable to New Zealand. I also wonder, because I know Amazon sometimes defaults, so I wonder if what's happening is if people look at it from overseas, it's defaulting to what would be a cheaper one for them to receive it. But of course I'm in New Zealand, so it's not that one. They need to go to a different storefront because like the same product is sold by multiple storefronts sometimes. I don't know. I thought I had chosen items that would ship to New Zealand. I don't know. I don't know. Amazon's weird. Does have a lot of cool stuff on it though. It's fun to browse through. It's dangerous to browse through. Sammy, are you planning on streaming tonight? Because I know that your usual Friday night plans may not be taking place, so you're talking about streaming tonight. Sammy streamed Ori last night, and oh my god, it's so pretty of a game. Can't tell you anything about the story, but it's such a pretty game. Chai! Oh my god, thank you so much for gifting a sub, and to Random Fud, who, thank you. And 25 gift subs to the channel, holy hell, Chai. Thank you so, so much, that is so kind of you. And Random Fud, welcome back to the retirement home. Welcome back to being able to do your emote stacks. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate that, especially for Fud, because Fud tanks a few ads for us as well. So, no plans for tonight. I might be going over for a movie night, but I really don't want to if certain people are there. That's valid. That's valid. We still have to try that board game thingy-mabob at some point too. Thank you, Chai, again. That's so kind of you. Y'all are so lovely. Y'all are the best. You know that? You know that? I missed y'all. I missed y'all so much. Sammy said, get loved. Alright, you know what? Quote ad. Oh, no. It's ad quote. I always forget which way it goes. There you go. There you go. It's officially a rule. It's not really a rule. The quotes aren't rules, but it's just funny. Yeah, star pooping unicorn. Octocorn. I know my own character. No, thank you so much, Try. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, no. Some of the quotes, like, there's a lot of really lovely feel-good quotes in there. I mean, there's only 11 quotes because we do forget to quote a lot of the time. But there are also a lot of really random quotes in there as well. But I do love the quotes. I love the fact we've got so many positive quotes in there too, because a lot of the time quotes, like, you'll be on channels and they'll be really funny, random, or like, you know, risque, or just funny quotes. I love the fact ours are like, be the energy you want to be in the world. You've always got hope when you've got a cup of tea. Get loved. It's like little positive messages, and I love that. Oh my god, you can do a pooping, a cupcake. Ah, I didn't even think about that. That's so cute. It's like cupcake sprinkles. Yes, because Sammy's got the specialized bit emote. Because she was also freaking generous and dropped off a bunch of biddies so she could get the cupcake. So it's not just Vi's emote now, it's also Sammy's emote. Just making sprinkles, yeah. Worth every bit. You're too kind. You're the cupcake sprinkles. Instead of be the energy that you want to be in this world, it's be the cupcake sprinkles you want to eat in this world. Look at all those emotes flying. Yeah, see, this is why I don't want to get rid of emotes. I love emotes. They're so fun. And yes, I know you can use BBTV and all those sort of stuff, but they're just fun. Right, so I'm taking a little longer with the blending on the face because I just want to make sure we get this contour, you know, right. Also, I realised I just contoured this whole face as if it was being front lit, and then I had established that we were doing side lighting. Although it's not bad. Like, it was only because of the background being slightly lighter on one side, so I could technically keep it front. I could also do it from the side at the front and then just darken up the contour on this side. That will also work. Let's just do that. We just have a slightly front light. I noticed she had a cupcake in the Discord emotes. Someone giving me a Discord nitro for a month and I can use all the Disco Sever emotes everywhere now. It's very fun. I love that. Yeah, I have animated emotes in my server and I can't even use them because I'm not nitro. But it's all good. It's just put them up there. It's like, that's the one place anyone can use a cupcake who is in my server. And if you're not, if you're nitro, you can use it in other places too. But honestly, I don't use Discord enough to justify it. And I say that knowing I have my own damn server. Just, yeah. I still have like 40 DMs or so on Discord to get through. So if anybody has messaged me on Discord and wants to get hold of me semi-urgently, maybe flip me another Discord message just so you go to the top of the list. But I do need to, it's been on my list to message you as well to get your references for your drawing. I set up the little folder in my little private section of the Discord where I keep track of all the U drawings and stuff like that. So I've officially set up your thingy now, so it's just waiting for your references when you get a chance. That's why I have cat ears in my profile pic now. Nice. Glitter, 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 glitter. We love glitter. Glitter everywhere. The courier delivered across the road but didn't pull in here. Oh no. It's so rude. Is it maybe that they're just doing one side and then they're going to swing around and do the other side? Or do they do both sides of the street at the same time? Just got momentarily distracted by a little fantail flittering in the bush. Fantails are gorgeous. I love fantails. They're so pretty. I do want to colour some more birds. After this page, the only mythographic I wouldn't have worked in is Avery. And I do have a page picked for this month. But it's a gorgeous book full of just amazing birds in there. I actually have quite a few bird books that I've got to colour in yet. We are working our way through the shelf. We're over 50% of the shelf worked now, which is really, really cool. Alright. We'll work a bit more light blue around here because I really just threw it down. Right. I don't know what these lines are, but we're just going to pretend it's some sort of corset jewelry thingamabob and we'll just shade up here. Most of where the shading would be on the chest is hidden by this conveniently placed dolphin. And all these dolphins jumping out of the water just makes me think of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and the Thank You for All the Fish song. Which is just so hilarious. Okay. Oh. I'm not sure. I know when the black van drives back past. Fingers crossed. Actually decided I might get Zaki if the Hero Forge reference is okay. I haven't got any recent pics of them, but they have a Hero Forge character now. That is absolutely fine, Fud. I am more than happy to work off a Hero Forge reference. I've done that several times. I can work off a verbal description even. You just give me the information and then we'll see what we come up with. Again, may not be straight away, but it will be in the list, and once I've got the info, if it's a day that I feel like sketching, then I know I have that there, and I can just get to it on those days when I know my hands are like, yep, we can sketch today. But if I don't have the info, then I just can't do it on those days, because those days aren't every day. Like, my hands are not in a sketching day today. So, but it's good to have the info for those days when I can sketch, and then it's like, woohoo! And now I have a dedicated list of things to get to on the days I can sketch. I just hurt my arm and chest, all because I stretched. I'm 25, body making me feel, yeah, relatable perfection. Oof, I'm sorry though. I hope it passes soon. It was just a, like, stretch in the wrong direction. It's rough. I love that song. Well, I love the entire series. I have a Don't Panic tattoo in large friendly letters. Nice! The large friendly letters from the original UK printing of the first book too. Oh my goodness. Nice. That is nerd points. Oh. We're not drinking my hair, please. Only problem with having your hair down is the hair gets everywhere. But it's good because it's cold and hair being down keeps me warm. Extra warmth is good. Right. So, let's get a little bit more blue. I think we might need to work another layer, to be perfectly honest. But let's just darken up this side a bit. And let's pull back out our purple to our deeper shadows. Which, at this point, I have gone over so much of the jewellery, I can tell you for certain we're going to be pulling out something opaque for all the jewellery. But as I said, we've got those metallic pencils to play with, we've got glitter paint pens, and of course I've got all my Poscas as well. So between all of that, I have more than enough opaque mediums that we can play around with to go over all these lines. Darken up some areas, a little bit of contour, make this base feel 3D. Yummy hair tea, please. Ooh. And it's coloured ink, electric blue and purple. Oh. Sammy was talking about her next tattoo design, and it got me thinking about a tattoo design, and it's the first time that I've kind of settled on what could be a potential tattoo, because I have always wanted a tattoo. I've just never been able to settle on a design, right? Because it's like, God, there's so many things you could get tattooed. It's just the beautiful options. Opaque means not translucent, so Posca pens are meant to be opaque. So you put the line down and you're not meant to see through it. Translucent, you see through it. Opaque, you can't see through it. But what I thought would be really cool, because those tattoos, the tattoos I love have those, I think they call them watercolor style, where they have those lineless backgrounds and they might be splashed in different colors. So it would be on this arm, but it would be cool to have like a watercolor rainbow background with a dragon holding a pencil, which could be water art, which would be cool, but then have the pencil like poking down to my hand here and maybe a little bit of a line coming off it, not sure. But the idea is where that line ends, I could then draw further onto it. So it's like a tattoo that I can change and update. And customize and be like, draw a bunch of flowers or draw a bunch of stars or whatever I wanted on the day. And it's like a draw your own tattoo, but there's still a part of the tattoo there. And it would be rainbow and dragon and pencil, and I know, something about it has just really clicked with me. I'm like, that's so cool. Can I afford a tattoo? No. But I could work towards it. And I just think that would be really cool. But yeah, I'm waiting to see what Samsara's tattoo artist comes up with, because I've seen the work on Samsara, and it is lovely and really good, and it would be a cool place to do. So yeah, maybe eventually. Maybe eventually. Yeah, there really are some gorgeous watercolor tattoos, and I really love the look of it because I don't like the really chunky black line tattoos so much, which has always been a big thing, is like I would want something very fine, and not a lot of tattoo artists want to do all the finer work. So yeah, but I mean, this is going to be like long term, and probably not something straight away because it's like, you know, these other things that are higher priority. But I'm really curious to see what Samsara's tattoo next one is going to look like as well, and at least I know, because the work on Samsara's first tattoo is gorgeous, and I have no doubt the second one's also going to be gorgeous. Never knew what it meant. Not fancy enough for these words. That's so good. It's like, it's one of those things, until you know, you just don't know. And yeah, no, always feel free to ask these things, because where else are you going to ask, you know? We're not going to judge you here. You got to learn somehow. So yeah, ask away. I mean, I'm the same. I only learned the other day how to read the pigments on my ink bottles. I've had those inks for years. And it was like, oh my god, they actually say the specific pigments? And it was very handy to learn. The wonderful Smalt taught me how to do that. So now when I look at the colour charts for the Liquitex inks that I use, I can work out by looking at the colour, the pigment numbers, like what is completely different pigments, and also what I could actually make with the pigments I already have. Because some of the colours are literally, like the neutral grey 5, I was thinking, oh, that would be really good to have like a grey, even though I have the black and the white. But then when I look at the pigment numbers, it is literally just the black and the white mixed. And it's like, well, it's not actually any different than what I've got, so I can make it. So it's no longer necessary on the list. I may eventually get all the colours, because it is easy to have a pre-made colour made. But in terms of just trying to make sure I get enough of a basic range to do everything I want to do, like have the red, orange, and the orange red, and like the cooler reds, and that, it means it's no longer high priority because I can make it, so it's not like it's as necessary as getting some of those other tones. Yeah. You absolutely may drop the Insta of the tattoo artist. Please do. I cannot remember their name at all, so please do share away, because they are really good. I found out Posca has names and different numbers before the M's yesterday. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I am a big fan of, I always get the 1M or the 1MR. So the 1M is your bullet point, but very tiny. And the 1MR is like a little chisel type. No, 1M is the chisel and 1MR is the little bullet. I don't know. I can't remember the specific type names, but one's more like a fine liner pen, and one's more like just a very fine classic Posca. And those are the ones I like. I look for the 1M or the 1MR. One or the other, but only the 1Ms, because once you get higher, the next size is like a 3M, and once you get into that, it's too big for me. I like my 1Ms, because I'm usually just using them for outlines. But yeah, if you're doing backgrounds, getting the bigger ones are definitely better. Okay. We're still going to build up a lot of tones in the face, just so we get some more values, but I like where we're going with it. I'm also going to go and follow this tattoo artist now that I've got that up there. Ooh, they do some really good fine work. Follow. Glossy is shiny, matte is flat, transparent is see-through, opaque is not see-through, metallic is a shine from metal pigments, pearlescent is a finer shine, usually from fine minerals. Those are the main ones. Yes. There are also interference pigments, which mean they appear different colors according to different lights angles. I'm so into interference pigments right now. Oh my god. That is cool. But are you going to make me deep dive into another product? Am I going to need another product? I do not need another product. We do not need another product. We're trying to be good. We're trying not to spend. Problem is, they are right up your alley, shiny. Honestly, I watch so many like handmade watercolor videos, and I would love to start making my own handmade watercolors and make all the shinies. But I'm also like, nope, we need to be sensible. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. Alright. So, it is 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm starting to get hungry and my throat is starting to go and I want a bit more than just a cup of tea right now. So, I'm actually just having a look to see who's on because we're going to go a rating and I'm going to call it here. We've done almost 5 hours, which I think is a damn good stream. I need to go somewhere safe today, so I think we're going to go to someone who I know is safe, who I thoroughly enjoy, and who is an absolute sweetheart on the internet. We are going to go over to a game stream, so for those of you on YouTube, this is where we will end for you, but for those of you on Twitch, we're going to go a rating. I'm just going to make sure this doesn't play sound, thank you. And we're going to go and raid an absolutely lovely person, Katie, who is currently playing Stardew, so it is a bit of a different vibe, but it's still very chill over there, and it is very cozy and safe and lovely. So thank you so much for all of you hanging out here, being with me today. Had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed the progress of this so far. It's been really fun to play with these pencils. I may or may not finish the quick basing, just chucking down some base colours on the rest of the page before Sunday stream, but we'll see how we go. I've got enough to do anyway. But in the meantime, look after yourself. If you want to see what I'm up to, of course there are socials. Oh, look, I'm all over the place. There's all the stuff there. You can find me all over the place. Let's get this raid started, because I need to do that. Whoa, they changed how the raid menu looks. When did they do this? I don't like this. Right, there we go. Start raid. Ah, so they're making it so that you see them on stream, which is great, except I can't see pop-out raid browser. There we go. There we go. Now I see what they've done. Ah, okay, that's confusing. I'll figure that out later. Anyway, yes, thank you so much for being here. Look after yourself. Keep hydrating. Keep warm for those of our friends in Aotearoa, because it is cold. Yellow beads right at the end. We're about to head out, but thank you so much. I will catch you all on Sunday. It'll be Mother's Day on Sunday, so we will only be streaming to about 3, or just before 3 on Sunday, because I do have a Mother's Day thing. But yeah, I appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you all for the love, for the support, for the giggles, for the cups of tea. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you all in the next stream. Bye. Where's my end screen? There's my end screen. I know how to do this. I'm totally a professional streamer.